Changyuan. Dayform Buddha, Xiefeng. October 31st, 2004. Lifetime is but a dream. Life is not empty. Live life to the full. My life will be worthy. Follow the guide of the greatest creator will be beneficial to humanity. Blessed by God and Buddha, ideal will come true. Life Changyuan follows the Tao of the greatest creator. Safeguard life, cultivate saints. Great wisdom appears simple, and the supreme wisdom is intangible. Keep Buddha in your mind, and your wishes may come true. I'm Dayform Buddha coming from Life Changyuan, an honest servant of the greatest creator and a devout discipline of Jesus the Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Prophet Muhammad, and Celestial Lao Tzu. Sincerely following revelation, I commit myself to the founding of Life Changyuan in the mortal world, unifying all religions into one belief system, saving the living beings and reaping crops. Life Changyuan is planning to set up 256 branches throughout the world, with the primary mission of spreading the Tao of the greatest creator, promoting social stability and harmony, instructing people for their gradual life evolvement to the high-level spaces of life, and in the end, achieving the quality of celestials. This is a game. Any saints in the mortal world, classified by groups, no matter what races or nationalities, religious beliefs, parties and factions, social status, educational backgrounds, ages and genders you belong to, you may join the game with us if you are willing to follow the greatest creator. The only groups of people we will not accept are the civil servants in government agencies, military personnel, and all kinds of armed men. The reason of our rejection is not that there is no saint in the above groups, but that we worry that some confusions, troubles might be caused to the governments in all countries, and we also want to avoid some possible threats and injuries on the life and the properties of our people. Life Changyuan neither will involve in any form of demonstrations, sit-in protest, strike, armed insurrection, terrorist violence, war, and other public activities, nor will Life Changyuan be planners, organizers, and supporters of these activities. Excepting for individual privacies, Life Changyuan will open all the speeches and opinions, organization structures, and the arrangement of activities to the public for the facilitation of government and the public criticizing, reporting, and disclosing. The policy of Life Changyuan is, immediately rectify mistake once it is found, and keep the main but change the others according to the situation. As we all know, there will be more competent and talented people beyond the capable. We sincerely implore the miraculous persons, outstanding hermits, chairmen, chairwomen, or presidents of all countries, and party leaders to show mercy to Life Changyuan. I also hope that those people of various circles who are neither familiar with nor understand Life Changyuan would keep quiet and sit on the rail. Everyone should enjoy the equality in front of the greatest creator. Life Changyuan will be beneficial to the world. Please wait and see. Life Changyuan consists of two sections, the soul layer and the management layer. The soul layer consists of Dayform Buddha, 2 Yin-Yang saints, 4 kings, 8 rabbis, 16 Buddhistic masters, 32 world directors, 64 emissaries, 128 Taoists, etc., 255 saints altogether. The soul layer is responsible for exploring and working up the data of the outstanding part in each culture as well as their development and displaying the secret of the universe, time, space, and life to the fullest extent through combining the latest development of science and technology. The management layer consists of the general director, branch directors of the 256 global branches, and the 518 director assistants, which is responsible for the management of external and internal affairs and activities in Life Changyuan. In order to broadly invite people of ability, the original 512 academicians were renamed as director assistants, and 6 general director assistants are added to the list, which is 518 director assistants altogether. There is no restrict for the number of academicians, so everybody can be regarded as an academician after application as long as she is friendly to Life Changyuan and is willing to help. For more information in detail, please refer to the following overview of Life Changyuan. The endless river eastward flows. With its huge waves are gone all those gallant heroes of bygone years. With space-time transportation, Tao embraces millions of talents. Life is transient, seizes the opportunity and exhibits your brilliancy. Flying over mountains, traversing galaxies to the ultimate place. Locking the terrible storms and waves of lifetime. revealing the charming scenery of high-level space of life. Concerning life, looking through the universe and traveling in the vast space-time continuum. Messengers of God and Buddha are waving from the hundreds of light years. Today, we meet at Life-Echanuan. We are flying from one side of the world to the other. Tomorrow, we'll meet at the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, enjoying the happiness of eternal life. Come on, my dear friend. Do not lose your eternal life for a transient human life. The negative universe constituted by non-material world is supernatural. We are destined to be hand in hand in this lifetime. After our merits consummating, let's look back at the little earth. 生命禅院. What is Life-Echanuan? Xiefeng. June 18, 2003. Men of privilege without power are waste material. Men of enlightenment without influence are the poorest kind of rubbish. Men of intellectual and moral and religious culture, who are not active forces for good in society, are not worth what is a cost to produce and keep them. Henry Van Dyke. Life-Echanuan is a place where great souls come together to create a peaceful, beautiful, and harmonious reality for humanity and, at the meantime, to make themselves qualified for accessing higher life spaces by means of self-cultivation and self-improvement. Life-Echanuan is the integration of Christianity, Catholicism, Islam, Buddhism, Taoism, science, and Mao Zedong thoughts, which truthfully explains the origin of the universe, the mystery of life, and the true meaning of life. For thousands of years, human beings have been groping their way forward and lost themselves. They have been suffering unnecessary grief and sorrows, not knowing the secret of life. Few ever ask themselves, why should I be busy as a bee all day long? Does it have anything to do with the meaning of my life? What's the difference between me and a rushing ant? During the history, many have been working hard to seek the answers. Sages such as Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Muhammad, Lao Tzu, from one generation after another had paid their painstaking efforts for us. Karl Marx, Vladimir Lenin, Mao Zedong, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln had worked so hard for us. All of them tried to create a peaceful world in which everyone can enjoy happiness. Some other great sages had endured the hardships and advised us in earnest in order to lead us into a happy homeland. But the real answer seems to be still far away from us, and we still need to go a long journey, step by step, to approach the other side of truth. Life-Echanuan has answers and solutions for human sufferings and increasingly serious crises of the world. It also has answers for inquiring souls for questions as, who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Life-Echanuan contains precious truths from the greatest creator of universe. It reveals how the universe comes into beings, how life started, and the origin of human beings. It explains the meaning of time and space, and the purpose and meaning of life. It also points out the cause of human suffering, the future of mankind, and the way how a person can get an everlasting happy life. Life-Echanuan follows the path of the greatest creator, and the core values of Life-Echanuan are to revere the greatest creator, revere life, and revere nature. Life-Echanuan is a wonderland for resonant souls. It is a big family full of harmony and happiness, and it is a land of idyllic beauty for people living Life-Echanuan values to enjoy happiness. Life-Echanuan is not a religion, so there is no special ceremony and requirements. Life-Echanuan is not a company, so it will not involve any business activities aiming for profits. Life-Echanuan is not a political party, so it neither has a constitution nor participates in any political activities. Life-Echanuan does not belong to any individual, country, nation, religion, political party, or organization. Life-Echanuan intends to set up 256 new life oases in the form of intentional communities worldwide. 生命禅院概览. Life-Echanuan Overview. Dayform Buddha. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in Life-Echanuan will a new life begin. You will see clear paradise scenes. Life-Echanuan is the home of spirit and mind, the habitat of the exhausted human life, the desert oasis for the ordinary, kind, honest, hardworking, and intelligent people, the institute to understand the implication and significance of life, and the transit station to the heaven. Life-Echanuan follows the path of the greatest creator, and the core value of Life-Echanuan is revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, and create life a genuine era. When you feel exhausted, anxious, and confused in this mortal life, you can take some time to life a genuine to drink a cup of tea, take a rest, recover from fatigue state, chat, listen to other people's perception of life, and experience the quiet and peaceful atmosphere and find out whether there are indeed some unworldly higher beings. The universe has 36-dimensional space, and each space is a huge world, among which includes supreme level, middle level, and lower level life space. Life a Genuine will show you the secrets of different space levels and escort you to set foot on the super time and space road toward the beautiful, picturesque, and fascinating thousand-year world, 10,000-year world, and Elysium world through its explanations on the universe, time, and space. Human life is full of misfortune, pain, regret, and frustration. Worry and sadness has always tangled us. Many puzzling mysteries of human life make us feel contradictory. Unpredictable situations and unexpected good or bad fortune make us anxious. Undesirable and troublesome things often make us sleepless. Disease and hunger often threatens us. From time to time, the complicated and changeable interpersonal relationships entrap us into the painful abyss. The survival competition oppresses us and makes our exhausted body fall into the grief vortex one after another. Why is our life like this? Why are we always stuck in a dilemma hard to get out? Why can't we control the path of our own life? For thousands of years, the wise people have been working hard to seek the answers. The sages such as Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, Lao Tzu from one generation after another had paid their painstaking efforts for us. Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Thomas Jefferson, Lincoln had worked so hard for us. All of them tried to create a peaceful world in which everyone is equal and happy. The great sages such as Moses, St. Paul, Mahavira, Zarathustra, Mani, Vardhamana, Dante, Seth had endured the hardships and advised us in earnest in order to lead us into a happy homeland. But the real answer seems to be still far away from us, and we still need to go a long journey, step by step, to approach the other side of truth. The development of science provides us with the keys to the door of truth. The great masters of science such as Einstein, Newton, Galileo, Faraday, Stephen Hawking had paved the steps for us to approach the door of truth. The great inventors such as Edison, Rockefeller, Henry Ford, Bill Gates had created the practical tools for us. The great masters such as Plato, Ibn Sina, Zhu Xi, Aristotle, René Descartes, Bacon, including Adam Smith, Rousseau, Voltaire, Malthus, Darwin, Freud had equipped us with necessary rational thinking tools. Now it is the time for us to carry on the past heritage and open up the future, to reform the essence of human wisdom so as to create a new era. Life a Genuine not only aims to solve the problems such as whether there is the greatest creator, the origin of life and universe, the inevitable and occasional, the problem of karma, the problem of past life and afterlife, and the problem of whether there is God, Buddha, celestial being, but more importantly is to show everyone the optimal life, relieve pains in human life, guide everyone towards the supreme life space, so as to make life bloom forever with the beautiful flowers in the eternal time-space. The establishment of Life a Genuine is an unprecedented huge project in which dozens or hundreds of individuals are powerless, and a single nation or a country is far from competent, and the common wisdom and knowledge can barely do much about this issue. What we need are hundreds and thousands of people with the highest spirituality and wisdom from different nationalities to play the roles of leaders. I sincerely hope the secluded people in this world, religious figures, presidents, Nobel Prize winners, billionaires, scientists, entrepreneurs, literati, ordinary civil servants, teachers, workers, peasants, soldiers, businessmen, etc., including the homeless tramp will participate in this project. As long as you can explain any issue about the universe, time-space, human life, etc., and no others can refute your theory, then you are eligible to be in the leadership of Life a Genuine. Life a Genuine does not belong to any country, any nation, any religion, any political party, group, or individual, so it plans to set up branches worldwide. Life a Genuine is not a religion, so there is no special ceremony and requirements. Life a Genuine is not a company, so it will not involve any business activities aiming for profits. Life a Genuine is not a political party, so it neither has a constitution nor participates in any political activities. People who participate in the leadership work of Life Genuine will not receive any material benefits. However, your great wisdom and virtue of selfless dedication will be honored and admired, and your name will be engraved on the milestone in Life Genuine to be remembered forever. The main contents of Life Genuine. Unconventional thinking, the greatest creator, time, space, and the universe, humanity and human life, physical and spiritual health care, revelations, self-improvement and self-cultivation, life's wisdom, preaching Tao, celestial cultivation, the attainment of Buddhahood, the non-material world, Xiefeng Corpus, Chanyuan Celestial Corpus. Initial speech. A sailing boat loaded with new life is on sail. A new era is coming. We are in an era of global economy development, material prosperity, spiritual poverty, and soul gloomy, an era focusing on pragmatic materialization, and an era of no belief. It is a glorious mission for each sage to cultivate conscience, educate people, plant civilization, and enlighten minds. It is the call of the times to build a spiritual and psychical home worldwide. The greatest thought is the rational thinking, and the power of reason is the strongest ruling force for humankind. Comparing with the 36-dimensional space, our human beings are living in a very narrow world. It is necessary for us to tell those barbaric people the huge universal system, and it is also necessary for everybody to know the answer to the question, why should I be me? What do I live for? A great era needs to be guided by a great thought. Without a powerful spiritual support and a liberated soul, the economic development will only cause the widespread depravity and decadence of human being. We are enlightened by the rational thinking of sages in all ages, yet none of the past great men's thinking is able to meet the spiritual and psychical need of the people today. All religions have made indelible contributions to the development of human civilization, but each has its own time limitations and cannot serve as guidance for humankind today. If a theory or a thought exists for more than 1,000 years, and still cannot bring peace and stability to the world, nor bring happiness and joy to every life, then we have to be skeptical about this. If a theory or a thought is not accepted by people willingly, instead, if it is accepted in a fog either by using state machinery or some kind of forces or institution, or in seditious, abetting, or deceptive ways, or through material temptations, promising people with a better future but unable to make it clear what kind of scenario it is, we have to think about these deeply. If a theory or thought cannot make people enjoy the joyous of this present life, rather, believes that only sufferings can ensure the otherworldly well-being, then this theory either is used as a deception or it is immoral. Before everything is clarified, we must first believe in science, be practical, realistic, and believe in logics. We believe that only those who stand on the peak of science are people closest to the truth. It cannot be denied that the great souls are beyond science, time, and space. Their thoughts cannot be generally accepted by ordinary people, and this is why the great souls are lamentable and lonely. If the great souls cannot bring actual happiness and hope for the future, then they are worthless. Life Genuine is a place gathered with great souls. Great souls do not come from the low-level life space, and neither from the middle-level life space, but from the supreme-level life space. As early as before World War I, nearly 10,000 advanced souls, the great souls, have descended from the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and Elysium world. Today, in the name of Life Genuine, I was permitted to come here to summon you, the great souls. I wish to tell you, your presence in the man's world is not to enjoy the happiness. Rather, you are to explain the secrets of the universe and the meaning of life, to save the suffering people in the world, and to let people enjoy worldly happiness and joy generation after generation. You have to call an end to your transmigration in the man's world, because after 3 times of transmigration, you will get your nature lost, and you will never find the road to home. You should try to remember the missions given to you in heaven before you left for man's world. You should know clearly that the greatest creator loves human beings, cares for human beings. Mankind must be saved from catastrophe before material prosperity and moral degradation, in order to avoid the tragedy of flood in Noah's times. When people have no fear of force, then, as is the common practice, great force descends, people have to know what it implies. Henry Van Dyke, an American author, educator, poet, playwright, and clergyman, once said, "Men of privilege without power are waste material. Men of enlightenment without influence are the poorest kind of rubbish. Men of intellectual and moral and religious culture, who are not active forces for good in society, are not worth what is a cost to produce and keep them." You are great souls with great thoughts. If you are a president, you are not a great soul if you only consider the benefits of your own political party, group, and even personal interests, rather than the benefits of all people. If you receive tertiary or above education, but you focus only on personal gain and live without serious ambition instead of serving the human world with your knowledge, you are not a great soul. If you have gained wealth from the world but never thought of paying back to the world, you're just a poor soul. If you are a government officer, but you only care how to get promotion and rich, or make your ancestors illustrious, rather than bringing benefits to the ordinary people, you're also just a poor soul. If you have made some achievements and stopped to make advancement, leading a befuddled life and intoxicating yourself in sensual pleasures, you are not a great soul either. The great souls will be brought to the supreme level life space, and the inferior souls will be thrown into the low-level life. Nobody is willing to display the excrement in the toilet in the living room and put the good wine and dainty dishes into the toilet. This is established among human beings, let alone the order of the greatest creator. Only when people around him are happier than himself can the great soul find peace in mind. Only when we selflessly devote our wisdom to human society can our souls be eligible to enter the supreme life space. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. You must open the window of the soul and look into the future. For thousands of years, humans have been groping forward and have lost themselves, without knowing there are mountains outside mountains and there are spaces outside spaces, suffering unnecessary grief and sorrows and not knowing the secret of life. Innumerable kind people are trampling the life of themselves and even others, not revering the greatest creator. Innumerable people can only repeated transmigration in middle or lower level of life, or have to follow the wrong guidance blindly. Because of the absence of a great wisdom, few people ever ask themselves, why should I be busy as a bee all day long? Does it have anything to do with the meaning of my life? What's the difference between me and a rushing ant? People who are living by instinct, fame, and emotional life can only repeat their mistakes, falling into the same old trap forever. The frog at the bottom of the well always regards its place as the ocean and its vision as the entire blue sky. People who are living the intellectual life can enjoy thousands of rivers and mountains, but people who are living the spiritual life can travel through constraints of time and space and appreciate the charming and infinite scenery in the vast expanse of the universe. So please do not lead a fuddled life in the middle or lower space. Do not fight, kill, plunder, or rob in the secular perplexities. Do not moan and groan in the vortex of thinking. Do not continue to destroy lives by ultimately harming yourself. The boat of Life Echanuan will be fully loaded with people with wisdom and spiritual nature for the sea of truth, to enjoy the real pleasure of life. The greatest creator is impartial because he has strictly arranged the program for where they should base on their conducts in man's world. Those with superior spiritual nature will go to the supreme life space, and the less superior spiritual nature will have to go to the lower life space. Tao is impartial because it has recorded every conduct of people. All those who want to act in accordance with the law of the greatest creator, and those who want to pursue the truth, please dedicate your talents and wisdoms. Please be a member of the sages in Life Echanuan. If you think you can be a sage, please come and be invisible saint and visible saint in Life Echanuan. If you think you are able to take the position of space master, please come and be one bravely. If you are able to undertake the missions as a light messenger, then be one. If you are able to lead Life Echanuan, why don't you give a try? If you have possessed excellent morality, then try to be Chanyuan Celestial. Do not moan or groan on the injustice around you. Do not let your wisdom and intelligence quench slowly. Do not think yourself a failure. Do not stay at home and endure those stupid scolding. Life Echanuan is an entirety. It will make your life send out colorful aura, and at that time, you will find that you are not the man that you imagined before. As long as you strive for these, You will win the favor from the greatest creator and people. The boat of new life is launching. All those who are willing to follow Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Lao Tzu, and other saints and sages. All those who are willing to explore the profound mystery of time and space. All those who want to go to the supreme life space. All those who possess the ability of telepathy, please come on board. Life Genuine is bound to bring you to a boundless and marvelous place in which you will have infinite yearning in your dream. A place beyond your imagination and never heard of, where you will be happy, excited, and relaxed, and a place to entrust your life. The greatest creator is with me, and the greatest creator will be with you. You get peaceful mind through mediation under moonlight. You will find the truth in Life Genuine after the long journey of life. 传统家庭和禅院家庭的区别 The differences between traditional family and Chanyuan family. Xiefeng. September 20th, 2007. Someone may say, Chanyuan always proclaims to break from the family, yet it is building a new family by itself, Chanyuan. This is a misunderstanding to Life Genuine, a symbol of not knowing the essence of Life Genuine at all. Rice wine, red wine, and Maodai all are wine but different in nature. Apricot tree, peach tree, and willow all are trees but different in nature. Ant, elephant, and people are life but different in nature. Ignorant people, sage and celestial all are human being but different in nature. The Democratic Party, Republican Party, and Communist Party all are political parties but different in nature. Buddhism, Christian, and Islam all are religions but different in nature. Traditional family and Chanyuan family are families but different in nature. The differences between traditional family and Chanyuan family. Traditional family. Center on kindreds and parents, affinity, disaffinity, classify by blood relationship. Limited number of people. Have parents, children, and marriage. Can't make the planet into one family. Results of private ownership. Inevitably result in private ownership. Result in a series of competition and suffering. Family member can enjoy freedom. Chanyuan family center on the greatest creator. Affinity, disaffinity, classify by the resonant frequency with the greatest creator's Tao. Unlimited number of people. No parents, children, and marriage. Can make the planet into one family. Results of non-ownership. Inevitable result in non-ownership. Eliminate the competition and lessen the suffering to the maximum. Family member can enjoy the maximum freedom. It can be seen from the chart that there are a world of differences between traditional family and Chanyuan family, not the same at all. Life must belong to something, otherwise it cannot exist. Life body must have a home, otherwise it is called ghost. There are all kinds of home modes in the universe. Some people regard traditional family as their home. Some people regard workplace as their home. Some people regard religious group as their home. Some people regard their country as home. Some people regard the universe as their home. And the Life Genuine regard the greatest creator's Tao as their home. Apparently, there seems no difference between the traditional family and Chanyuan family. Both of them are family modes. But they vary in contents and forms. That is to say, they are similar in form, vary in contents. Going to America from North Korea, getting into Islam from Buddhism, taking part in the Communist Party from the Republican Party, getting into the thousand-year world from the mortal world. Although all of them are abandoning one and adapting another, their nature and contents are totally different. Leaving the traditional family and getting into the Chanyuan family, which seems to be going to a family from another, but the contents of life are totally different. Chanyuan family can do, and even can do lots of things that the traditional family is not able to do. Getting into Life Genuine family from the traditional family is like getting into the thousand-year world from the mortal world. Everything is different. Frogs whether live in wells, ponds, rivers, lakes, and seas, they all live in water. But the value and the significance of their life are totally different. We can feel the differences between living in the single-story building of 10 square meters, storied houses of 100 square meters, and villa of 1,000 square meters. Living in traditional family is like living in a single-story building of 10 square meters. Living in Life Genuine family is like living in the villa of 1,000 square meters. It is not the same as you walk out a single-story building of 10 square meters to another. It is difficult for one to imagine what Life Genuine family is if he has never been there. How can you make judgments on Life Genuine family if you have never been there and experienced its lifestyle. And if you insist in making comments, it will be like the tale of the blind men describing an elephant. To a person who has never eaten cactus, no matter how you describe its taste and the way to eat it, it is useless, unless you are the cactus or the greatest creator. There aren't walls in Life-Genuine family. To those who said there are walls in family, the walls are built by themselves and are the projections of their own thinking and consciousness. To people who have fully achieved Tao, it makes no difference where he lives or with whom he lives. But to people who is cultivating Tao and holding Tao, the collective self-refinement is very important. I have explained this theory thoroughly in Life is a Journey. It is very easy to understand that only the combination of an oxygen atom and two hydrogen atoms can constitute a water molecule. Only the unite of an adult female and an adult male can make reproduction. 生命禅院国际大家庭 Life-Genuine International Family. The new Oasis for Life community was founded in 2009 by Xiefeng in Yunnan Province, China. From 2009 to 2016, it had been called the Second Home, which implied that the community was a sweet and harmonious family home apart from each one's home of origin, and this second home also applied a new and different lifestyle. The second home community had attracted many Chanyuan celestials from China to come and live there permanently, and we grew to 180 members of all ages living within the community at our peak. However, Life-Genuine values were too advanced for many Chinese people to understand and accept, so as we expanded and became more known to the public, we encountered tremendous resistance from local governments which ultimately forced us to disband in late 2016. During all these years, Xiefeng always held a vision to unite communities around the world to form a big international family. In January 2017, anticipating a better future, Xiefeng decided to change the community name to the New Oasis for Life and to explore new opportunities by visiting countries outside of China. In September 2017, after a few months' exploration in Canada, a property was bought as a new community home in Canada. By this time, he felt ready to put his dream into practice, to call on the communities around the world to unite as one, an international family. Life-Genuine International Family Society thus was registered in British Columbia, Canada. 让天下知道生命禅院 Let Life-Genuine be known to all the world. Xiefeng. April 4, 2007. Translation edited by Kayer. Life-Genuine rises onto the 21st century's historical stage with its brand new concept. It ascends above those narrow concepts of political parties, religions, nationalities, and countries, and opens a new chapter of human development with a new vision, and it will usher people into the new Life-Genuine era. It integrates religion with science and explains comprehensively the birth of the universe, the origin of the greatest creator, the origins of life and humankind, the mysteries of time and space, the meaning, purpose, and value of life, the crises faced by humankind, the future of humankind, the origin and function of the moon, and especially the meaning of life, the levels of life, and the meaning and extension of Tao. It inherits and defends the thoughts and wisdom of Jesus Christ, Buddha, and all saints, sages, and prophets. It integrates spiritual sensual development, self-improvement, self-refinement, health preservation, one's conduct, spiritual sublimation, and the information of the new era as a whole. And it raises the consciousness of humans to an unperceived level, which lays the thought foundation for humankind to enter into the Life-Genuine era now. The basic theories of Life-Genuine are unconventional thinking, the greatest creator, time, space, and the universe, revelations, treasures of classical advice, humanity, human life, self-improvement and self-cultivation, life and life, physical and spiritual healthcare, life's wisdom, the attainment of Buddhahood, celestial cultivation, preaching Tao, the non-material world, Xiefeng Corpus, articles by the masters from both home and abroad, from antiquity to modernity, inspirations and understandings of Chanyuan celestials and Life-Genuine, 36, dimensional space, the noble, eightfold path of thinking, 80 new concepts proposed by Life-Genuine. All are epic-making wisdom and will play incredible roles in changing completely the thinking mode of humankind and turn them into a new humankind. Life Genuine advocates people to revere the greatest creator, life, and nature, respect Buddha, the gods, and their parents, and follow the way of the greatest creator. These are the core conditions for establishing harmonious mechanisms between people among each other, people and gods, people and nature, people and other lives, and are the required conditions for mankind to enter the new era. Implementing the strategy of unifying all religions into a single belief system, Life Genuine are to completely eliminate all the conflicts and discordant factors of humankind which are caused by the competition of ideological fields of religions, political ideologies, nationalities, countries, and other divisive elements, and will lead mankind into a peaceful era, the Life Genuine era. Indications of the Life Genuine era will be the following. Religions, political persuasions, and national borders will die out. Wars, diseases, famines, and crime will disappear. Familial relationships will dissolve. Spiritual and soulful cultivation will replace material enjoyment. Natural disasters will lessen. We will be led by saints and managed by sages. No one will pocket anything found on the ground, and doors will not be bolted at night. Life will include prosperity, peace, and tranquility. The talented will be put to their best use. The world will be as a single family. The Life Genuine era will last for a millennium. People will enjoy lifespans of half that, and the ideal paradise that mankind has always dreamed of will become established. Life Genuine will not only allow people to enjoy the pleasures and happiness of this life, but it will also guide people to extend their lives to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world through self-refinement of thinking. Since Life Genuine proposed major adjustments of life in the universe in 2013, prophecies of Mayan astrology and Tibetan monks have become known to the world. This unrelated information similarly predicted that there would be a catastrophe in 2009 and that the Earth would undergo a radical change in 2013, and was basically consistent with the information of the new era, words of Jesus Christ and Sakyamuni, Nostradamus, prophecies and predictions, 2a 2, 24 volumes on military strategy, and others. Therefore, it is an important period of life and death for humankind. Saving millions of lives is an overriding priority. All spiritually conscious people, and those who wish to enter into the Life Genuine era, should give up their personal interests and devote their precious time to the grand cause of promoting Life Genuine. You must not only use all your time to self-improve and self-refine, but also to help people around you understand Life Genuine, strive to build merits, and sublimate your consciousness and qualities. Any hesitation, wandering, or waiting only results in a waste of time and becomes a regret. All bits of merit will work and become embedded into our structures of life. Even if they are not for others, but for yourselves, we hope that you who read this article will promote and build Life Genuine and do your best to reprint Life Genuine's articles onto other websites. Your efforts will not be in vain, because even if people cannot repay you, the greatest creator's Tao will. Punishments might not be immediate, but they will be sure. Fluky minds can only anesthetize and deceive people. Doing good deeds is the only way out. Let Life Genuine be known to all the world. 生命禅院不过哪些节日过哪些节日 Festivals of Life Genuine. Xiefeng, April 4th, 2007. First, we don't oppose people to celebrate festivals they love, that are their freedom and choice. Festival has 8 implications: congratulation and celebration, reunion, praying for good fortune, gratitude, offering sacrifice and holding memorial ceremony, praising, purifying and gathering people's hearts, and keeping going. Festival has 8 major forms: natural festival, religious festival, state festival, political parties festival, cultural festival, group festival, custom festival, and special festival. Life Genuine reveres to the greatest creator, life and nature, and follows the way of the greatest creator. So Life Genuine does not celebrate the following festivals. Religious festival, such as Christmas Day, Easter Day, Faitakan Festival, Buddha's birthday. The Ghost Festival, Ramadan, Korban Festival, Festival of Pure Man of Taoism. Festivals of a country or state, such as National Day, Independence Day, Republic Day, Union Day, Revolutionary Festival. Political Parties Festival, such as Party Founding Day, Army Day. festivals of a certain person, such as Commemoration Day, birthday, festivals praising of some people or possessing petty bourgeois sentiment, such as Nurses' Day, Women's Day, Mother's Day, Valentine's Day, April Fool's Day, Youth Day, Teacher's Day, Children's Day, Journalist's Day. Far-fetched festivals, such as International Anti-Illiteracy Day, World Tourism Day, International Music Day, World College Festival, Fire Control Awareness Day, International Football Day, Tree Planting Day. Regional festivals, such as Fashion Day, the Torch Festival, Planting Day, Peony Festival, Festival of Offering a Sacrifice to Dragon, Log Drum Festival, Snow Festival, Festival of Enjoying Peach Blossom Day. Festivals related to ghosts and gods, such as Ghost Festival, God Festival, Masquerade Day. Life Genuine's festivals must be joyous, natural, comfortable, happy, grateful, optimistic, warm, and beneficial, such as New Year's Day, Spring Festival, Festival of Lanterns, Tomb Sweeping Day, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, the Double Ninth Festival, the Water Sprinkling Festival. Notes: the information above is confined to Life Genuine, which doesn't limit the world out of Life Genuine. 生命禅院不设教堂寺院. Life Genuine denies the building of temples and churches. Xiefeng, April 22, 2007. Translation edited by Kayer. Heaven and earth are Life Genuine's churches and temples. Everything in nature is the reincarnation and dharmakaya of the greatest creator. Therefore, Life Genuine does not have special churches or temples, nor does it sculpt any form of idols. Of course, it will neither worship idols nor burn incense or kowtow. Life Genuine has only lecture halls and schools which are similar to university classrooms. They are not used to hold ceremonies, but to discuss scriptures and Tao, share experiences, and gain wisdom. Revering and worshiping the greatest creator comes from our hearts, formlessly and silently. To love life, to love nature, mountains, rivers, earth, plants, and insects, to love yourself, and to love others is to love the greatest creator. The greatest creator does not eat himself, so we do not sacrifice food to him. 生命是有灵性的一种反物质结构，生命禅院的生命观。Life is a non-material structure with spiritualism. The view of life in Life Genuine. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Kayer. Studying the implicit and explicit meanings of life is the core issue for the sustainable development of humankind. If life issue is not clear, then we cannot judge whether the current human values are right or wrong. A difficult journey. I am an ordinary person. Whenever I get hit by life, I ask myself why this is, why I should live, and what the meaning of my life is, because living without knowing these things is no better than dying. However, conversations about heaven and hell make people feel that it is wrong to die for nothing, and that it is better to figure out the meaning of life before deciding how we will die. So, how do we figure out the essence of life, and where do we discover its meaning? I started looking for the source and destination of life. First, I read some Buddhist scriptures, then the Bible, the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, and finally browsed Seth's expositions on life. My search remained unfulfilled. The answer must be sought from science, so I made a rough exploration of Newtonian physics, Einstein's special and general relativity, quantum mechanics, superstring theory, cosmological holography, the unified field theory, and Stephen Hawking's book, A Brief History of Time. The results still escaped me. Those searches only left me with the option to explore on my own. What occurred to me first were two questions: why the human body is externally symmetrical and what forces make it such. The reasons must have lied in the structure of the life factor at the beginning. So let us examine what kind of structure the life factor has. Matter is composed of molecules which are composed of atoms which are composed of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Next, it is time to delve into the elementary particles. Going forward, you enter the space of subparticles, and one set of the subparticle spaces is quarks, also called straton by some Chinese physicists, and space, named by Murray Gell-Mann of the California Institute of Technology. But what kind of structures do quarks have? According to Nobel Prize winner Professor Tsung-Dao Lee, whether quarks exist is still a mystery to be solved, but although I am unsure whether microscopic matter can be divided infinitely, I do believe in the existence of quarks because the structures of nuclei and extranuclear electrons are not ones that can lead to the symmetry of life bodies. We assume that quarks exist. Are life quarks a factor of life? And of what elementary things are quarks made? It seems impossible to divide particles indefinitely because neither particle accelerators nor synchrotron radiation devices can see the submicroscopic material world. Therefore, we must take elementary particles as the object for our study. From the wave-particle duality, we know that particles have spin characteristics. From quantum mechanics, we know that the spins of particles do not have axes of rotation for four reasons. Some particles look the same from any direction towed. Some look the same after they have turned 360 degrees threed. Some look the same after they have turned 180 degrees forward. Some look the same only after they have turned 720 degrees. Therefore, the particles are divided into two groups. One group has particles with spins of 1/2, and the other group has particles with spins of 0, 1, and 2. We know from the Pauli exclusion principle and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle that two similar particles cannot have the same position and velocity at the same time. According to Dirac's theory, an electron must have its mate, an anti-electron. In other words, every particle has an antiparticle that can annihilate it. Based on this, Stephen Hawking believed there may also be anti-worlds and anti-humans composed of antiparticles. These theories of particle annihilation seem to be close to the edge of the symmetrical structure of life, but they are still not real people. In order to combine quantum field theory, which has difficulty explaining gravity, and general relativity, the superstring theory has been established. It proposes that elementary particles are not point particles, but one-dimensional strings of which all particles in nature are vibration modes of them. In this way, submicroscopic material structures do not exist as particles, but become actual vibrations like the melodies from musical instruments. The problem is that whether it is the M theory that can unify the 5 superstring theories and 11-dimensional supergravity, or the matrix theory, neither can solve the unification of the 4 interacting forces: gravity, electromagnetism, the weak nuclear force, and the strong nuclear force. Some have tried to explain this with the theory of cosmic holography. The 3 states of holography are matter, motion, and thought. In other words, in addition to mass and energy, there is also the cosmic phenomenon of thinking, also known as thought energy. In this way, mankind has broken through the bondage of pure matter by including consciousness within it. Here, human understanding has taken a giant leap forward. On the basis of the holographic theory, people began trying to establish a unified field theory. During the 1920s, Einstein proposed a unified field theory, hoping to unify gravity and electromagnetism, but he failed in spite of spending all of his latter years trying. So, where did the first cause come from? Since the law of universal gravitation cannot answer the question of where the first driving force came from, Newton proposed that it must have come from the greatest creator. It is believed that the unified field theory solves the problem of the first cause and the spin of celestial bodies, including particle spin, namely the role of one component of the gravitational unified field, which when at the tangential direction, on one hand makes celestial bodies curve spatially together with other components of the same gravitational unified fields, and on the other, these tangential forces lead to rotating torques which make bodies spin around their axis at the same time. The recent unified field theory recognized that in addition to mass and energy, thought energy is a type of super-time and space existence form, which is capable of connecting with the outside world. It is also believed that the amount of space, time, and consciousness can be converted into each other. The composition of black holes is neither mass nor energy but huge bodies of consciousness. The cores of particles are energy of thought, and the universe is a holographic unity. This is very great wisdom indeed. But exactly how was the universe born? How did life originate? Why do people have good and bad morals? These problems cannot be solved satisfactorily by this unified field theory. After having studied Gödel's incompleteness theorem, Hawking realized that a unified field theory is impossible to achieve because according to Gödel's incompleteness theorem, within any system, a pair of unprovable, contradictory propositions exists which must consist of a true proposition which in turn is also unprovable. Simply speaking, there are no immovable objects or unstoppable forces. Would it not be a paradox if both were possible? Hawking believed that this incompleteness theorem also applies to physics. Therefore, he gave up. At this point, science had temporarily stopped. Sudden enlightenment. I was unwilling to end my exploration after searching this far. The French scientist Pierre-Simon Laplace imagined, "We may regard the present state of the universe as the effect of its past and the cause of its future. Consider an intellect which at a certain moment would know all forces that set nature into motion and all positions of all items of which nature is composed. If this intellect were also vast enough to submit these data to analysis, it would embrace in a single formula the movements of the greatest bodies of the universe and those of the tiniest atoms. For such an intellect, nothing would be uncertain and the future would present before its eyes just as the past." Pierre-Simon Laplace. Philosophical Essay on Probabilities, translated from the 6th French edition by Frederick Wilson Truscott and Frederick Lincoln Emery, Dover Publications, New York, 1951, pages 4. Is it possible for me to become such an intellect? If neither religious classics nor scientific achievements can supply answers to my questions, then where can I find them? Since the unified field theory supposes the universe to be a holographic unity and energy of thinking to be an existence form of hyperspace which is capable of connecting the outside world, then why do I not apply this theory in practice? So I began self-refinement. I practiced my thinking, focused my thought energy, and dispatched my consciousness to the universe to see if it would work. That night I went to bed after practicing, lying on the bed, meditating, and feeling, and suddenly a few sentences entered into my mind. Jesus Christ said that as long as I have pure faith, I can plant a tree next to myself in the sea. Another message from Lao Tzu told me that Tao has no clear and fixed entity. What does it look like? It is elusive and infinite and has forms in which there are entities so profound and obscure as to harbor the very essence of energy. This essence of energy is true and verifiable. The last sentence was from Buddha Sakyamuni. Everything with form is unreal. Aha, here is the secret. I laughed, rolling across the bed, and finally could not help but laugh under the quilt. Do you know what I found? Holographic order. All secrets lie in holographic order, not chaos. Looking back at the mortal world, religious mysteries and human ignorance became obvious. But what the scientists were seeking is so simple. It is like children playing with mud. You scolded someone yesterday, and a bird pooped on your head today. Is there an inevitable connection? You will know it when you find holographic order. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality. How do we describe life accurately? I read Dr. Christopher Langton from Los Alamos National Laboratory in the U.S.'s description on life, in which he said, "The essence of life lies not in its substance, but in its form." Inspired by those words, I inferred the following. Life is a non-material structure having spirituality too. Life can be described as 1 + 1 = 13. The greatest creator does not dominate our lives forward. Reincarnation transmigration happens instantaneously with no process in between. 5. The view on doomsday in various religions is wrong. 6. There is no doomsday for life, and death is not the end of life. 7. The process of life is like the process of writing a fax. Life can be faxed. 8. The nature of transmigration of life is, what goes around comes around. As one sows, so shall they reap. For more details, please turn to the Chinese Soul, chapter of Life Changyuan. 生命禅院的殡葬制. The Funeral System of Life Changyuan. Xiefeng. July 15, 2009. Translation edited by Care. Methods adopted to dispose of corpses are mainly these: inhumations, cremations, water burials, celestial burials, sky burials, hanging coffin burials, tower burials, wild burials, cave burials, antiseptic burials, sky burials. Among the many methods, basically one decision is paramount: to preserve the corpse or to destroy it. Preserving the corpse is to give the soul a home or keep it for the resurrection, and destroying the corpse is to liberate the soul that they might reincarnate as human or go to heaven. The main ways adopted by modern societies to dispose of corpses are by burning and consigning their ashes in funeral parlors or burying them in cemeteries and setting monuments where people may pay their respects. I have pondered on the disposal issue for when Changyuan celestials pass on. From any perspective, The best way to dispose of them is by burning and spreading their ashes across fields and rivers. No trace of any corpse or grave should be left behind. I recently went to a cemetery in Jiuquan, Jiaguan. It was built like a garden and the price for the cheapest gravesite was 12,000 RMB, while the most expensive ones exceeded 30,000 RMB. I felt rather sad because living is already difficult enough, but dying should not leave even more misery and sadness for those who remain. I once drove across two cemeteries, one in Harare, Zimbabwe, and the other in Lanzhou, China. The cemeteries each occupied large areas. There were thousands of tombstones lined up, as if thousands of souls were crowded there and talking to the living people. But what were they saying? It is understandable that their offspring wanted to create beautiful and comfortable places for the souls of their ancestors to rest. Every soul is not only worthy of respect and to be arranged in the best places possible in order to comfort them and allow them to rest in tranquility, but also to soothe the living. This is reasonable. So when we arrange for the dead, we should also consider the living and the offsprings. So which kind of funeral method is most reasonable? The biggest danger of water and celestial burials is that diseased corpses could infect animals including fish, birds, mammals, reptiles, insects, and others, and eventually humans. Therefore, we encourage neither water burial, celestial burial, nor other similar methods. The biggest disadvantage of inhumation is that it consumes land that living people need. In the case of cremation, whether the ashes are placed in funeral homes or buried inside monuments, the nature of cremations remains the same as that of the inhumation, as it still brings trouble to future generations. The best disposal method can only be cremation, with the ashes being scattered across mountains and rivers. Funeral systems are reflections of cultures. The formations of cultures are based on people's understanding of nature, human society, and life. When we look at the dead from the perspective of life, we find that souls go to one of four places after death. 1. The upper world. 2. The lower world. 3. Reincarnation back to mortality. 4. Staying between yin and yang space temporarily. So, for 95% of the dead, their physical remains have no value or meaning to them. They only serve as spiritual comfort to their living descendants. As the spiritual guide of Life Genuine, I do not interfere with how others treat the memories of their friends and relatives. People can do whatever they find to be appropriate, but for Chanyuan Celestials, my suggestions are that after they leave this world, most will go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. They will not go to lower realms of life such as the animal world, plant world, or hell world, nor will they reincarnate and return to the human world, let alone hover between yin and yang space as lonely ghosts. Therefore, there is no need to leave any trace of their physical remains in this world, because even a single small trace would leave worries and would present hidden troubles to their future lives in heaven. Thus, the funeral system of Life Genuine is to not let your descendants be extravagant with your body. Do not have your descendants cry for you. Do not have your descendants make graves and tombstones for you. Do not have your descendants make coffins and urns for you. Cremate the corpse and scatter the ashes across mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. The above are just suggestions for Chanyuan Celestials outside Life Genuine. Whether you want to accept them or not is up to you. However, for the Chanyuan Celestials living within our community, the new oasis for life, they are not suggestions, but requirements. Whether you accept them or not, the home will arrange your funeral for you like this after you leave this world. Any Chanyuan Celestial who is unwilling to accept it should choose to live outside the community. In short, the funeral system of Life Genuine is good for future Chanyuan Celestials' lives because it eases the burdens on relatives and friends maximally, wastes no space on the earth, and causes no trouble to future generations. This is a symbol of civilization and one of cultural sublimation. 生命禅院对同性恋的立场 Life Genuine's standpoint on homosexuality. December 13th, 2006. Deiform Buddha. Homosexuality is not something new and has been there since ancient times. Different people have different attitudes toward it. However, it is generally repulsive whether from religious doctrines or the common moral judgments. Life Genuine's attitudes toward homosexuality are non-excluding, non-discriminating, religionist, socialist, psychologist, Psychiatrists and sexologists all participate in the discussion about homosexuality phenomenon. However, they seldom provide a proper solution. I will start by asking the question, how does homosexuality occur? The major cause of homosexuality is society. At early youth of adolescent development, everybody wishes to explore the mystery of sex. However, the society detests the intimate sex relationships between teenagers of different sex, so they tend to draw closer to the same sex which is acceptable by both the society and parents. So homosexuality tendency easily occurs in early youth. In this sense, everybody is homosexual. But as they grow up, most people fall in love and get along with opposite sex, get married and live a normal life. Due to the restriction of kinds of objective factors, a small group of people have not found the channels to release their love and sex to opposite sex timely, so they finally move towards homosexuality. Homosexual is not an evil, but a kind of confusion to love and sex. It is an abnormal lifestyle. Life Genuine reveres to life. So we love homosexual same as we love all other people, animals, and plants. We do not discriminate homosexual, regarding them as ugly or shame, surely neither nobler than others. Generally speaking, no matter they are of same sex and opposite sex, as long as they love each other and bring no harm to society, they are free. Homosexuals are entitled to live the lifestyle they like and should not be blamed or punished. As long as they live a joyful and happy life, we have no authority to condemn and embarrass them. However, from the perspective of self-improvement and self-refinement and the desire of being a celestial, homosexual is a wrong tendency. Both yin and yang construct Tao. Short of one of them is a disease. Yin and yang exist harmoniously, that is Tao. Homosexual is against the principle of Tao, also against the original intention of the greatest creator. The greatest creator create male and female, keep the proportion and scope of 5:1 and 4:9. And the greatest creator made people live a life of heterosexual rather than homosexual. Homosexual, adultery, prostitution, incest, and having sex intercourse with animals are improper phenomena. And the appearance of these phenomena is resulted from society and incorrect concept of love and sex. Love and sex are precious gifts that the greatest creator bestows to human being. To enjoy love and sex is a God-given right for human beings. But human beings set up a lot of difficulties to have love and sex, especially the marriage life. It restrains love and sex into a limited domain, waste lots of love and sex resources, make many people can't meet their love and sex requirement, and force people into homosexual, prostitution, adultery, and even having sex with animal. 3 realms rely on heart, myriad principles rely on consciousness. All words and deeds are controlled by consciousness. Homosexual is a long-time psychological habit. As long as we deepen understanding and shape our thinking, a homosexual will turn into heterosexual. Of course, it needs the cooperation of the whole society to provide a relaxed environment for love and sex. Life Genuine's attitudes toward love and sex and its analysis of the era of Life Genuine are to create a harmonious, comfortable, and free environment for humankind. Only when we get into the Life Genuine era, the phenomena of homosexual, adultery, prostitution, incest, and having sex with animal can disappear forever. People can enjoy normal love and sex life sufficiently. We must realize homosexual is abnormal, both physical and mental. It violates the character of Tao and the will of the greatest creator. Only when we realize it is an illness, we can find the proper way to cure it. I wish all homosexuals get into Life Genuine. In Life Genuine, we love you and treat you equally without any discrimination. We work together to adjust our thinking and values in a silently and unconsciously manner. We make our speeches and actions fit the greatest creator's Tao unconsciously to achieve celestial quality. We will enjoy life in heaven, 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, Elysium world, and celestial islands continent after we leave the man's world. Extend our sympathy and best wishes to all homosexuals. 生命禅院对资产阶级的态度 Life Genuine's attitudes toward the bourgeoisie. Xiefeng. November 7th, 2007. Without the bourgeoisie, there would not be progress and development of mankind. Without the bourgeoisie, there would not be abundant commodity and lifestyle. So, the bourgeoisie should be respected and protected. The private property should not be violated and deprived at someone's option, and private house should not be intruded and disturbed at random. The bourgeoisie is a stratum of hard-working, more diligent, and more creative than the proletariat. They contributed much more to society than the proletariat. The process of creating and accumulating wealth is very hard, and one needs to work from dawn to night, to exert all his strengths and wisdoms, to take risks and to work hard. The hopes for the bourgeoisie are, don't oppress and exploit the employees working for you. Pay salary on time according to the legal limit of government. Ensure their basic living safeguard, cultivation, and further study, as well as their rights and interests of participating social activities. Do not make a fortune through polluting and destroying nature. Do not excessively lift up your horn and make widely known. Do not be over-extravagant to arouse others' envy and resentment. You can fully enjoy the material life, but do not waste and squander. You also need to give hopes and means of subsistence to the proletarian when you are better off. 1/10 of your incomes should be taken out to reward the society. In this way, the bourgeoisie can exist for a long time and enjoy the everlasting prosperity. Otherwise, it will strengthen the turbulence of the society. 生命禅院给全人类的新年思考. New Year's thinking proposed by Life Chanuan. Xiefeng. January 12005. Translation edited by Care. Firstly, we mourn deeply for the more than 100,000 people who died in the Indian Ocean earthquakes and tsunami recently. May their souls enter into the kingdom of heaven, and may their living friends and relatives recover from their sorrow, soon to rebuild their homes with as few tears as possible. We have already seen the power of the Indian Ocean tsunami. Facing the wrath of nature, human beings are small and powerless. We should understand that everything in nature, the entire universe, is ordered and programmed, and no matter what information we enter into nature, we will get corresponding feedback from it. There are no accidental phenomena in the universe. Behind the occurrence of all phenomena, corresponding factors must be at work. There are no natural phenomena without causes. Inevitable factors lead to inevitable results. This is procedure and an objective law that cannot be shifted by people's will. We had predicted the earthquake that caused this tsunami a few months ago. We put quotation marks on earthquake out of fear of causing any panic or misunderstanding, and out of fear of being regarded as deliberately casting a mist and making a mess. Now, the problem is that if we continue to persist in our old ways, I am afraid that another 1 or 2 tremendous disasters await us. We must wake up to this danger before we cross the critical point. Humankind is the product of the greatest creator's consciousness, has close relationships with other lives in the universe, and interacts as causes and effects. Once people break the natural harmony, order, and symmetry of nature, they will face extinction from disasters. There is only one way to survive. That is to revere the greatest creator, revere life, and revere nature. If we ignore them, then the prospects for our continued existence becomes tenuous. In order to mend the fold after the sheep have been stolen, bring the dead back to life, turn away from danger, and be glorious and bright, Life Chanuan puts forward the following suggestions for humankind to consider during this new year. Stop researching and promoting biological genes, and stop cloning lives. Stop sending artificial satellite junk into space constantly. Stop all nuclear testing and reduce military expenditures steadily. Reduce religious activities throughout the world and move closer to Life Chanuan gradually. All political parties in the world must abandon their dogmas and gradually shift to Life Chanuan values. America must withdraw its troops from their hundreds of bases throughout the world as soon as possible, and Al-Qaeda must stop its confrontational activities. The Middle Eastern countries should reconcile through multiple channels and end their internal strife. Strengthen and expand the UN's functions of coordinating global affairs, which will be integrated under their overall arrangement. It is hoped that they will regard revering the greatest creator, revering life, and revering nature as their new mission. All countries should learn from China to implement effective birth control policies. Reunification of the Korean Peninsula should take place as soon as possible with no quarreling between brothers. Taiwan should return to mainland China as soon as possible. Have no fantasies, lest the entire island sink forever. Scientists with keen spiritual senses should break through the shackles of material thinking as soon as possible. focus on researching and exploring the non-material negative universe, make clear the true meaning of time and space as soon as possible, and provide guidance to human thinking and behavior with superscientific knowledge. Life scientists should concentrate on exploring life's mysteries, especially to solving the mysteries of the essence of the soul and to providing human beings with real knowledge about life. All universities and middle schools should offer courses on thoughts and wisdom of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu. International media should publicize more truth, goodness, and beauty, and less of the falsity, evil, and ugly phenomena of human society. They should strive to lead people away from dark, negative thinking and toward bright, positive thinking. Stop hunting and killing wild animals, including fishes in rivers and seas. Stop cutting down forests, close factories and mines that pollute the air, rivers, and soil. Do not break any new ground for construction within a year, but maintain moderate economic growth and never rush into development. Set this as the year to eliminate hatred, for a better future for mankind, everyone. Every organization, every region, and every country should eliminate hatred from their hearts and give up revenge temporarily, no matter how profound their hatreds are. The governments of the United States, Japan, China, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and other wealthy countries are invited to offer financial support to Life Genuine so that Chanyuan Celestials can transform the Gobi and other deserts into oases and expand living spaces for humans. Life Genuine has unique plans and methods to transform the Gobi and other deserts. You reap what you sow. The greatest creator helps those who help themselves. Whether to live or to die is contained within a thought. The abysses of miseries are boundless, so repent and be saved. Think deeply, there is a way out. Rein in at the brink of the precipice, bring the dead to life. Do what you want. Karma is the shadow following you. Life Genuine. 生命禅院开场白 Opening remarks from Life Genuine. Dayform Buddha. April 8, 2004. Translation edited by Care. Welcome to Life Genuine. Words for the sages and celestials. Congratulations on starting a new life course. To begin with, I wish to declare that outside Life Genuine, I am Xiefeng, an imperfect and ordinary sage with all 7 emotions and 6 desires, but in Life Genuine, I am Dayform Buddha, and what I will talk about here is the Tao of the universe and life. Firstly, Life Genuine requires that in order to enter, you must have a quiet heart, mind, and soul, because you cannot achieve much or go very far without peace of mind. Fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and consciousness flows freely when your heart is at peace. No diseases will bother you when your heart and body are clean, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings. It is only by calming down and paying no attention to forms that you can see essences through phenomena. The stream of consciousness of the universe can continuously flow into your own consciousness. Then you can reach the states of interacting with the universe and enter the mind of the greatest creator, Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu. It is only then that can you learn the mysteries of the universe and the true meaning of life, as well as know the answers of who you are, from where you have come, and to where you are going. There are many books that predict the future of mankind, including the Bible, Buddhist scriptures, the Tao Te Ching, the Quran, prophecies of Nostradamus, Raymond Hermes, Tue Bei Tu, the Pancake Song, Geographic M. Urag, and Mayan mythology. These books are revelations to humankind from the life of higher spaces. The recent predictions of the Martians has very few contradictions to those of Life Genuine, except that Chanyuan Celestials are not from Mars, but from a different space and time. The real record of human history and our future is still kept under the pyramids and inside the moon. Of course, you would be better off paying no attention to this and not believing those far-fetched explanations and reasonings that some people make for their own purposes. If you want to enter Life Genuine, you should not linger on previous knowledge that you acquired through seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling. You should instead learn to communicate with the universe spiritually. If you surrender yourself and melt into the universe, then you will see clearly the nature of Christianity, Buddhism, and other religions, and you will get to know the causes of all major disasters and events happening throughout the world. Let us use the Falun Gong as an example. What was the reason for their appearance, and why were they suppressed by the Chinese government? Who are Li Hongzhi and Jiang Zemin? The Chinese government claimed that the Falun Gong is a cult, but the Falun Gong says that Jiang was evil. Who was really evil? It is only by using our spirituality that can we understand what this was all about. Of all the knowledge that humans have accumulated, only a single percent is true wisdom, whereas the remaining 99% is rubbish. This is very close to the ratio of the total weight of all precious metals and gemstones on the earth to the weight of the earth itself. Therefore, we should not waste our time on absorbing the knowledge accumulated by humans and feel pleased with ourselves for gathering junk. What we should be doing is developing our brains, because the jewels stored within our brains are of greater value than all the jewels in the world. Life Genuine says that the total energy of the universe is zero. The theoretical physicist and cosmologist Stephen Hawking also recognized this in his book, A Brief History of Time. This indicates that scientists are very close to the greatest creator. However, scientists can only get close to the truth without ever truly grasping it. Einstein once tried to establish a unified field theory of the universe. At present, scientists standing at the zenith of discovery are also actively seeking ways to establish one. However, they are still quite far from it. They only recognize the first four forces in the universe but turn a blind eye to the second four: the structural force, the repulsive force, the conscious force, and the spiritual force. The main reason for this is their lack of understanding of the negative universe. In the future, people who have grasped the truth can only be those who enter Life Genuine. People are misled easily by phenomena which consume their time, energy, and intelligence. So to enter Life Genuine, one must learn indifference and how to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to the things around them and avoid being misled by phenomena and public opinions which can and will make them lose their direction. When we focus on phenomena, we should only discuss why they appear. What do they mean? Karma and transmigration are not matters of believing or not believing. Rather, they are principles and orders of life. No one can understand the real reasons behind any phenomena until their principles and orders are grasped. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. If one's disorderly conduct was not punished in a previous life, then they will surely be dealt with in this or another one. You should enter Life Genuine in order to pursue a better life, not to follow a path that a predecessor has walked. You must no longer reincarnate into the mortal world. Instead, you must develop towards a higher level of life space, toward the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium world. You must understand and use mental cultivation methods. You must allow your thinking to enter a high-level life space in advance, before the catastrophe comes. Life Genuine is a holy place and our spiritual home. I invite all of you to enjoy the real fun of being human and to live happily and freely while still here. To the sages and celestials who have entered Life Genuine, all of you are from high-level life spaces. You have been awakened with great wisdom, and you have come to save humanity. May you live up to your mission and use your wisdom and spirituality as a boat to bring all people from the sea of suffering to the shore of heaven. May the greatest creator be with us. May God and Buddha be with us. May all of you ascend to a high-level life space. 生命禅院问答 FAQs concerning Life Genuine. Xiefeng. Edited by Care. Q1. What kind of institution is Life Genuine? A. Life Genuine is neither a political organization, a religious group, a company, nor an enterprise. We are the home of human spirits and souls, and will not establish any for-profit entity. We integrate the profound wisdom of all the saints and celestials in human history with the main scientific achievements and various religious perspectives pointing toward a clear path for the survival and development of humanity. We are a habitat for human spirits and souls and the spiritual home for ordinary, kind, honest, diligent, and wise people, and also a college that teaches the meanings of life and a transit station for those who possess perfect human natures and strive for higher-level spaces of life. Q2. What is the significance of Life Genuine's birth? People are now faced with a potentially huge crisis which concerns our complete survival. The significance of the birth of Life Genuine at this time is to help people survive this crisis. When a leaf withers and falls, it does not mean that any special event will happen, but when all the leaves are doing so, it must mean that winter is coming. Similarly, when a person turns their back on the greatest creator, it does not mean that troubles lie ahead for mankind. But when the vast majority of mankind turns their backs on the greatest creator, their nature is lost and they become greedy, selfish, cunning, and smart. It means that the winter of human society is coming. You can refer to the articles and information in recent reports about climate change and at the http://www.smcyintnationalfamily.com website, and this can help you to understand the significance of the birth of Life Genuine. Q3. Is it possible for Life Genuine to help humans survive the coming freezing winter? A. Definitely. In April of 2009, I warned everyone that the so-called end of the world in 2012 would not happen, but that rather than doomsday coming suddenly, it will increase gradually with more and more serious natural climatic changes. Alas, little changes happen gradually, but great changes take place instantly, and natural climate changes over the past 8 years have demonstrated my predictions fully. If humanity as a whole fails to awaken to this last-minute danger, and we do not change our traditional production and life model immediately, then the entire natural ecology will collapse within 15 to 20 years and humanity will be in great danger. Climate changes will become more and more volatile. Droughts, floods, hurricanes, intense heat, and severe cold will attack us, and fires, floods, and plagues from insects and pestilence will happen. The number of refugees will grow geometrically, and people will compete for resources just to survive. As a result, conflicts and competition between states, interest groups, religious and political groups, and patriarchal clans will become more intense, and the situation will become absolutely tragic, even cutthroat. Every day will be a contest between life and death, and that will be the chilly winter for human society. Then, who will be fortunate enough to survive the calamity and survive in the chilly winter? The answer is that those who have entered into Life Genuine will escape the calamity. Q4. What is Life Genuine's goal? First, we will do our best to prevent that chilly winter from befalling the human world. But if we find it impossible to prevent, then souls who have entered Life Genuine will be sent to the 1,000-year world to survive the chilly winter, and they will embrace the dawn of the millennium in the future. Q5. Could Life Genuine save all people? A. This is impossible. Life Genuine can only save 1% of mankind. Q6. Why not everyone? A. It is not that Life Genuine would not want to save everyone, but the majority of people are unwilling to be saved by us because they prefer money, power, fame, and high status over their own lives. This is putting the cart before the horse by refusing to repent, so how would it be possible to save them? As for many other people who do not covet those worldly pleasures, they are stubborn, confused, and under the control of evil spirits. They are unable to relax and perceive. It is also impossible to save them. Q7. Then, who can be saved? Those with spirituality as well as perfect human nature. Q8. How will you implement the rescue work? Actually, the so-called rescue refers here to the salvation of souls. Therefore, Life Genuine is only a revelation, and the salvation of souls depends only on yourselves, so the key to accessing Life Genuine lies in your own hands. Q9. How can people enter into Life Genuine? A. Firstly, you need to know and understand Life Genuine. Anybody who wants to enter Life Genuine must ponder over questions of thinking, the universe, time and space, life, spirit and soul, life, humanity, morality, and so on, because it will only possible for you to find your key to Life Genuine when your understanding and perception achieves a certain realm, and only your spirit and soul can enter Life Genuine. Q10. Is Life Genuine the only way to be saved? A. No. As long as you trust in and take the way of the greatest creator and possess a perfect human nature, then you will be saved. Life Genuine only guides people to believe in and take the way of the greatest creator. Q11. Why are Life Genuine's articles written in Chinese rather than English? Buddha said, "Your eastern land is in the southern continent of Jambu. The sky is high and the soil is deep with much land but few people. The people are greedy and bloodthirsty. They have become comfortable with rumors and lies, prefer deception and bullying, and lack loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. I have 3 stores of scriptures to instruct them on how to be free from suffering and to deliver all beings from torment. Xiefeng says, your eastern land ignores the 3 stores of scripture. The sky is low and the soil is barren with little land but many people. The people have become ignorant of God and Buddha and of the law and nature. The people are still greedy and bloodthirsty. They remain comfortable with rumors and lies, prefer deception and bullying, and lack loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. I have life genuine that can make the dead come back to life and deliver all beings from torment. China is the most populous country with the most serious crisis in the world. If China collapses, then a terrible disaster might encircle the globe. Without any regard to importance or priority, the articles of Life Genuine must be written first in Chinese. Q. 12. What is meant by to unify all religions into one uniform belief system? To unify all religions into one uniform belief system is an inevitability for the development of human wisdom and spirituality. It neither depends on anyone's will nor does it mean that all religions will be unified into Life Genuine. Rather, it means that the organizations and forms of all religions will disappear. The theoretical basis of Life Genuine is the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, the Quran, and the Tai Te Ching, and our instructors are Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu. Life Genuine also absorbs all the thoughts and spiritual achievements from both antiquity and modernity, both Chinese and foreign. Therefore, Life Genuine contains the spiritual core of the major religions and the wisdom of the gods, Buddha and celestials, and human saints and sages. The only purposes are to instruct people on how to break from the shackles of their souls and to achieve the goal that humanity will establish faith in and take the way of the only greatest creator. This is the meaning of to unify all religions into one uniform belief system. Q. 13. What kind of faith should people have from the perspective of Life Genuine? The Father, loved by Jesus, Buddha's ancestor, praised by Sakyamuni, Allah, worshipped by the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and the creator of Tao, revered by Lao Tzu. All of the 4 titles of respect refer to the greatest creator, the spirit who should be loved, praised, worshipped, and revered by all people. It is only by adhering to a singular faith that people can have a common direction, and only by having that common direction that they can resolve enmity, cooperate hand in hand, and maintain peace and the ecological balance of the earth. Finally, people will be free from ignorance and fatuity and enjoy real human lives. 生命禅院理念序言 Preface of Life Genuine Values. Fancheng Buddha. Translation edited by Care. As we know, Chanyuan values were born in Chanyuan corpus. In order to understand them, one should read them first, which according to Crane Celestial, is a unique and outstanding book. This description is appropriate, for we all know that nothing happens accidentally. Whether a book or a theoretical system, their birth is never accidental. As people, we are only in direct contact with literal things. Neither the conscious opportunity nor the whole process behind it are things that we can imagine and understand. But there must be sources and provenances behind any literal phenomena. Reading from this angle, the whole text reappears as a lively script in which its characters and events are full of vivid details. It is how archaeologists can recover bits of ancient history through a series of intact excavations. From this perspective, any literal things left in human history are based upon the author's life experiences, the social background at that time, and the uniqueness of his or her consciousness. If you read Chanyuan corpus in this way, it will all come alive and its soul will jump off of each page. With this attitude, you will complete the entire corpus naturally in one setting and find it to be impeccable. It covers a wide range of subjects that are rarely found in human history, and also touches on the depth of cultural context with a background that is unobtainable from any other book that any human culture can match. So, it is no exaggeration to say that Chanyuan corpus reproduces the development of human history vividly and crystallizes human wisdom from antiquity to modernity. Chanyuan corpus starts from the birth of the universe, analyzes deeply several documents of major religious sects in human history, and reproduces the original features of all religious scriptures. It traces the entire history of China from ancient times to the present, from historical legends through thousands of years of human development. From this perspective, you can go back and reinterpret any classics, illusions, myths, and historical legends, as they are all alive now and are closely related to the relevance of our lives today, and understand how the contribution of Chanyuan corpus to mankind is outstanding because it has reached the pinnacle of interpretive wisdom of human history. If we read Chanyuan corpus closely, we will sense that it leads us to know the greatest creator from the origin of the universe to the space of life, from the motions of macroscopic celestial bodies to those of submicroscopic quarks and strings, and from the great unsolved mysteries of history to the smallest things happening around us every day. It uses life's wisdom chapter and unconventional thinking chapter to interpret the truth of human history, to analyze natural phenomena, and uses the crystallization of human wisdom to trigger sparks of our wisdom. The chapters of humanity and human life and life interpret the origins of people, the levels, truth, and meanings of life, and so much more. From ancient times to the present, from the macroscopic world down to that of the microscopic, it reveals the evolutionary processes of all human life and points out the current situation of human development and the difficulties that will be encountered in its future development. In the preaching chapter and the universe, time and space chapter, it offers detailed explanations of all phenomena in ways that can be understood easily by common people. It also explains in detail the origin of the universe and, through its description, the birth process of the greatest creator. The universe's development is presented in such a way that we can understand correctly what Tao is. It also reveals the unified field of the universe from the dual perspectives of theology and science, and points out the current positions and drawbacks of science. It also reveals the birth of time and space in the universe and guides us to understand the living conditions of the various lives in 36-dimensional space, points out the beautiful developmental trend for mankind, and finds better living spaces for life. Among them, the non-material world will lead mankind to explore unknown realms and open new chapters to further understand the truth and meaning of life and the greatest creator, and to raise our level of life. The chapters on revelation, self-improvement and self-cultivation, celestial cultivation, the attainment of Buddhahood, and the treasures of classical advice guide us on how to understand the truth of life and improve our levels of life. They lead us to experience, step by step, the changes from microscopic life to macroscopic life, from natural phenomena to the essential changes of things, and from the elementary to the intermediate and to the advanced with practical approaches. By these means, we can improve our understanding and gradually make our knowledge advance from the quantitative to the qualitative. This is also the process of training us to achieve enlightenment gradually. These methods are fixed, but their applications are flexible, changeable, and differ from person to person, from low to high, and in orderly manners. The civilization chapter is a new chapter opened for humankind because in the future, people will know the greatest creator and solve the problems of the current processes of human development from their roots. In Chinquan Celestial's words, we must know our roots and origins, the greatest creator, the origins of the universe, and the operating mechanisms of things from non-existence to existence, so as to work out the game rules of human life and existence to ensure that all lives can share free, happy, and blessed lives bestowed by the greatest creator. As a result, people will live in harmonious and peaceful times when everyone will know the roots of life as being grateful to the greatest creator and cherishing life. Chanyuan corpus covers too much information to cover completely here. To summarize it, the whole corpus impresses us with its extraordinary integrity and strictness in the many chapters of the book which form a coherent whole. As a theoretical system, it is impeccable. The conscious opportunity and process behind such an amazing manuscript is by no means an accidental turning point because a person's time and energy are limited. It is my view that even if one wanted to study such a vast and broad field, it would be difficult even if they were to devote their whole life to it. Otherwise, this fantastic book would have appeared long ago, and we would not have needed to wait until now. We can say that the Chanyuan corpus is a book from heaven which is written in words, but better than that, it seems to tell you everything and nothing at the same time. Whether you understand it or not depends on your nature. So much for that. Let me talk about what Chanyuan values are according to my understanding. They are the most direct channel to your source of life. They show a path of happiness that the greatest creator and various gods and Buddha have conveyed to mankind through Xiefeng. They bring our sight closer to the roots of the universe which seem far away from us. They uncover the veil of space, time, and the non-material world. They combine religion with science organically and make great contributions to the scientific establishment of the unification of the universe. They help us to interpret the meaning of life, from its origin to its transmigrations, and from its level to the improvement of its quality. They reveal the universe's true consciousness, structure, and energy, and allow us to break down our barriers of consciousness to recognize and connect with its source directly. They help us to understand that it is the obligation of every life to maintain a stable and harmonious universe, understand the meaning of human life, and understand how to improve the quality of our lives and to welcome such opportunities when the universe is about to undergo major adjustments. That is to say that Chanyuan values are the life and human life norms that must be followed by new people and also show the best ways for us to obtain wisdom because it gathers all the wisdom from throughout human history and continues to carry it forward. Chanyuan values are a treasure chest from which you can take whatever you want. People armed with these values can identify all truth and falsity, leaving demons and ghosts with no places to hide. The values can help to open your eyes to wisdom, Dharma, and Buddha. They are a great melting pot of life. The kind of life quality that you want to obtain depends on your effort and wisdom. Of course, Chanyuan values are also a Pandora's box. Good begets good and evil leads to evil. Chanyuan values seem simple, but they cover many of life's secrets, from solving real-life problems to interpreting life phenomena, from health preservation methods to ways of improving the quality of life and guiding us to improve our understanding in a detailed manner. From understanding the truth of things to interpreting the nature of our lives, its secrets interpret everything organically and combine the material world that we can see, hear, feel, smell, and taste with the non-material world that is beyond conception. They reveal the truth from the manifestation phenomena of life and let us know what the soul and the non-material structure of life are. They also reveal how to know our own spiritual entities, how to connect with other spirits, and how to recognize the relation between us and the spirit of our source, step by step. It seems that Chanyuan values have too much content while also having none at all. What are Chanyuan values? You have to interpret them yourself and use them flexibly. What are Chanyuan values? Do you understand them? Well, I seem to say nothing. 生命禅院内不过生日. Life at Chanyuan celebrates no birthdays. Xiefeng, April 22nd, 2007. Translation edited by Care. Celebrating birthdays for babies and the aged is warm, loving, and a pleasant cultural tradition. Therefore, Life at Chanyuan does not object to people celebrating those birthdays. However, when young and middle-aged people celebrate their birthdays, especially in a way that is flashy, it is neither tender nor enjoyable, but becomes vulgar and burdensome. Officials who celebrate their birthdays do so as a form of invisible corruption, and business professionals who celebrate theirs do so to flaunt their success and their invited guests to follow the traditional customs. Life at Chanyuan attempts to make life plain and simple, to simplify benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and credibility, and deepen morality. Therefore, we do not fuss with birthdays by wasting our time, energy, and material resources to satisfy the temporary vanities of our members. If we want to celebrate any birthdays, we should celebrate our births in heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Let us rid ourselves from unnecessary and elaborate formalities. 生命禅院朋而不党. Life at Chanyuan is not an organization. Xiefeng, August 23, 2005. Translation edited by Care. Upon joining an organization, whether a religious, political, or even a criminal one, you lose not only your freedom of life but also the freedom of your soul. When one is in an organization, they cannot speak or act freely, and a person without freedom is much the same as a sheep in the fold. All those who become involved in organizations have distorted minds and imperfect personalities, and the longer they remain in them, the more likely they are to become paranoid. Because of the long-term influence of organizational thinking and behavior, they become tight screws in those organizations and unable to identify themselves. The situation is the same as with tigers being trapped in zoos. As mountains become less familiar, tigers lose their courage to roar atop them and learn to regard the world outside the cage as a prison while the prison is actually within the cage. Actually, joining an organization is gambling with an uncertain future, joining a political party is gambling with one's destiny, and joining a religious organization is gambling with one's soul. Therefore, all members of political parties and religions are gamblers. They are clever in trifles but irrational and stupid in important things, except for those leaders who climb to the throne after fighting and killing each other off. Life Genuine is totally different from the above organizations because they are only tied by the relationships of being within the same organizations, and the friendships between them are only of the party spirit. While those in Life Genuine are tied by the friendships of wanting to improve themselves and of being good examples for other community members to improve themselves. What brings us together is that we are in resonance with each other, love each other, and share the same ideal and goal. Thus, the relationships among us are those of friends, brothers, sisters, and lovers. And what links us together is not the collective will, but friendships and our worship for the greatest creator. Therefore, Life Genuine focuses on human nature, friendship, giving full play to strength of character, intelligence, truth, kindness, and beauty inside each Chanyuan celestial, with emphasis on the full experience of joy, happiness, and friendship. Religious organizations have rituals and regular gatherings, while Life Genuine has none. Political parties have constitutions and organizational disciplines, while Life Genuine has none. The members of religions and political parties must pay certain fees, while Life Genuine members pay none. Religions and political parties have strict organizational forms, and there are disputes for status and power within them, while there are none in Life Genuine. The positions of all Chanyuan celestials are predestined, lifelong, and cannot be replaced by others. For example, Crane Celestial is the general director of Life Genuine, and he will remain so forever, even if he resigns and ends his participation in the construction of Life Genuine, and even after he leaves this mortal world for the 1,000-year world. Another example is for the 8 positions of Sages of Life Genuine. Once anyone becomes one, they will always remain one. Other positions, such as the Saints of Yin and Yang, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 8 Masters, the 16 Zens, and several others. All these positions enjoy either lifelong or eternal tenure. They are as stars in the sky. Each has their own unique function and position, and none can be replaced. Religions and political parties protect their own interests, only granting leftovers to outsiders, while Life Genuine maintains the overall interests of everyone. Religions and political parties only recruit devotees, and their doors are only open to those who support them exclusively, while the doors of Life Genuine are open to everyone. Religious followers, partisans, leaders, Democrats with neither party nor religion, and even unemployed vagrants. As long as you are a sage, you are welcome to become a celestial. There are no rules or regulations and no rights or obligations in Life Genuine. People are independent of each other and follow their own inclinations. We celebrate our happiness every day by singing and dancing, but we might not do it for several years when we are under dark clouds. Our causes depend on the driving forces in every celestial's mind, and we are free from any compulsion. Moral courts reside deep within our hearts, which enable us to make self-confessions, self-litigations, and self-judgments without any involvement from others. Xiefeng is only the guide of Life Genuine, but he is not qualified to command anyone. Chanyuan celestials respect him because of his wisdom and friendship, as well as his sincere respect for them, and because of the resonance that we all share deep inside. Xiefeng never imposes his will on any Chanyuan celestial who does not accept it. In short, Life Genuine is not an organization. 生命禅院朋而不党. Life Genuine is not an organization. Xiefeng. August 23, 2005. Translation edited by Care. Upon joining an organization, whether a religious, political, or even a criminal one, you lose not only your freedom of life but also the freedom of your soul. When one is in an organization, they cannot speak or act freely, and a person without freedom is much the same as a sheep in the fold. All those who become involved in organizations have distorted minds and imperfect personalities, and the longer they remain in them, the more likely they are to become paranoid. Because of the long-term influence of organizational thinking and behavior, They become tight screws in those organizations and unable to identify themselves. The situation is the same as with tigers being trapped in zoos. As mountains become less familiar, tigers lose their courage to roar atop them and learn to regard the world outside the cage as a prison while the prison is actually within the cage. Actually, joining an organization is gambling with an uncertain future, joining a political party is gambling with one's destiny, and joining a religious organization is gambling with one's soul. Therefore, all members of political parties and religions are gamblers. They are clever in trifles but irrational and stupid in important things, except for those leaders who climb to the throne after fighting and killing each other off. Life at Genuine is totally different from the above organizations because they are only tied by the relationships of being within the same organizations, and the friendships between them are only of the party spirit. While those in Life at Genuine are tied by the friendships of wanting to improve themselves and of being good examples for other community members to improve themselves. What brings us together is that we are in resonance with each other, love each other, and share the same ideal and goal. Thus, the relationships among us are those of friends, brothers, sisters, and lovers. And what links us together is not the collective will, but friendships and our worship for the greatest creator. Therefore, Life at Genuine focuses on human nature, friendship, giving full play to strength of character, intelligence, truth, kindness, and beauty inside each Chanyuan celestial, with emphasis on the full experience of joy, happiness, and friendship. Religious organizations have rituals and regular gatherings, while Life at Chanyuan has none. Political parties have constitutions and organizational disciplines, while Life at Chanyuan has none. The members of religions and political parties must pay certain fees, while Life at Chanyuan members pay none. Religions and political parties have strict organizational forms, and there are disputes for status and power within them, while there are none in Life at Chanyuan. The positions of all Chanyuan celestials are predestined, lifelong, and cannot be replaced by others. For example, Crane Celestial is the general director of Life at Chanyuan, and he will remain so forever, even if he resigns and ends his participation in the construction of Life at Chanyuan, and even after he leaves this mortal world for the 1,000-year world. Another example is for the 8 positions of Sages of Life at Chanyuan. Once anyone becomes one, they will always remain one. Other positions, such as the Saints of Yin and Yang, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 8 Masters, the 16 Zens, and several others. All these positions enjoy either lifelong or eternal tenure. They are as stars in the sky. Each has their own unique function and position, and none can be replaced. Religions and political parties protect their own interests, only granting leftovers to outsiders, while Life at Chanyuan maintains the overall interests of everyone. Religions and political parties only recruit devotees, and their doors are only open to those who support them exclusively, while the doors of Life at Chanyuan are open to everyone. Religious followers, partisans, leaders, Democrats with neither party nor religion, and even unemployed vagrants. As long as you are a sage, you are welcome to become a celestial. There are no rules or regulations, and no rights or obligations in Life at Chanyuan. People are independent of each other and follow their own inclinations. We celebrate our happiness every day by singing and dancing, but we might not do it for several years when we are under dark clouds. Our causes depend on the driving forces in every celestial's mind, and we are free from any compulsion. Moral courts reside deep within our hearts, which enable us to make self-confessions, self-litigations, and self-judgments without any involvement from others. Xiefeng is only the guide of Life at Chanyuan, but he is not qualified to command anyone. Chanyuan celestials respect him because of his wisdom and friendship, as well as his sincere respect for them, and because of the resonance that we all share deep inside. Xiefeng never imposes his will on any Chanyuan celestial who does not accept it. In short, Life at Chanyuan is not an organization. 生命禅院时代的标证 Symbols of the Life at Chanyuan era. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Kair. First, let us understand these 8 characteristics of the era in which we are living. The current era of humanity is one of disorder. It is an era of nationalities, political parties, religions, races, countries, and other interest groups fighting with each other, both overtly and covertly. It is an era of people mostly pursuing material comfort, but ultimately falling apart. It is an era in which the winners make the rules while the losers suffer, with all power flowing from the barrels of guns. It is an era of countries being controlled by separatist regimes through the force of arms. It is an era that is locked in a seesaw struggle between truth, goodness, and beauty, against falsity, evil, and ugliness, with the latter gaining the upper hand. It is an era in which people are confused with gloomy hearts and souls, decadent spirits, anxious minds, and unable to see the trend of future developments. In one sentence, it is an era under Satan's reign. The new Life-Genuine era can be characterized by the following 8 major qualities: the disappearance of countries, the disappearance of religions, the disappearance of political parties, the disappearance of families, the disappearance of war, crime, hunger, and disease, a shift from the pursuit of material comfort to that of spiritual satisfaction. The production and life of people everywhere will be steered by saints and managed by sages. Knowledge of the greatest Creator will take root in society, and we will live in a harmonious and orderly manner with nature and other advanced lives in the universe. Beyond those, there are these 8 additional features. Deserts will become oases. The orders of "no one will pocket anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night" will become normal. People will trust, respect, and love each other mutually as members of a single family. The weather will usually be favorable, with distinct seasons and natural calamities such as earthquakes and storms being greatly reduced. The evil practice of judging human dignity by money, power, and fame will be reversed. The forms of love between men and women will diversify. The lifespans of people will be extended to about half a millennium. The manner and time of one's death will be basically self-determined. This era will be created by the academicians of Life-Genuine. In this new era, the human population may decline sharply while countless extinct species reappear. The world, including the air, water, and land, will purify and restore to its pre-human state. This era will belong to those who have devoted painstaking efforts throughout their lives to revering nature, life, the greatest Creator, and humanity. The Life-Genuine era will last for a millennium, after which time people will enter into another era. People with spiritual senses will certainly perceive the magnitude of this era and will strive for it. People without them will find this statement ridiculous, ignorant, nonsensical, and even whimsical. The arrival of the Life-Genuine era will not be altered by anyone's will but is the inevitable evolution of life. It is the law and order of Tao. We will enter into this era if we follow Tao. Otherwise, we will be abandoned by it. We say with certainty that future academicians of Life-Genuine will be brilliant and capable. 生命禅院是心灵同频共振者们的乐园. Life-Genuine is the wonderland for resonant souls. Xiefeng, October 25, 2008. Translation edited by Kair. By the will of the greatest Creator and the guidance and teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and celestial being Lao Tzu, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, ancient and modern sages at home and abroad, and according to the life mode of the 1,000-year world of heaven, Life-Genuine has been built for harvesting ripe crops, for leaving seeds for next earth human being, and for introducing the Life-Genuine era to humankind. The term Chanyuan celestial refers to those angels and celestial beings who have lived in heaven in a previous life, but have gotten lost in this world and cannot find their ways home, to those who have made achievements in practicing Buddhism, the way of Jesus Christ, or the way of celestial, and to others who are humble and relatively perfect and are pursuing the life of heaven. Chanyuan celestials are born, not cultivated by short-term education. Xiefeng is looking for Chanyuan celestials, not creating them. So, Life-Genuine is the wonderland for resonant souls, a family full of harmony, auspiciousness, freedom, and happiness, a paradise for those who stick to Life-Genuine values, a college to sublimate their quality of life and cultivate supernatural powers, and a transfer station for getting rid of worldly fetters and moving toward the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Life-Genuine is never a place to argue about the truth, an arena for fighting, a platform to show oneself off, a market to sell personal thought, an arena to present personal magic arts and skills, Shanghai Beach, for gaining power, money, fame, or beauty, nor a classroom for showing one's knowledge and ability to teach other Chanyuan celestials and guests their lessons. It is by no means a place where some are drawn in to squeeze others out, that they might extend their own power. There is no room for discussing and debating here, but only for holding fast to Chanyuan values. If you do not agree with Chanyuan values, you should find a place where you can practice your debating skills. We will not let you talk here, not because we are too autocratic, but because you would be swimming against the tide. Disallowing the promotion of rat poison in a food store is not the fault of the store's manager, but that of the wholesaler for choosing to market it in the wrong place. There are only Chanyuan values in Life of Chanyuan. No other thoughts should exist here. It is unworkable to publicize your own thoughts in Life of Chanyuan because unless they are beyond those of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Muhammad, PBUH, Xiefeng, and Chinquan Celestial, your thoughts are not worthy of our learning. You can say anything about praise, encouragement, reciprocal affection, truth, goodness, beauty, love, honesty, and trust freely. You can move freely and quickly on your thoughts of Chanyuan values. If you have any doubts about life, or time and space, do not be afraid to discuss them if you can. If you are in doubt, ask freely, but do not play with your own cleverness, or you will be lifting a rock to drop on your own feet. No matter how many Chanyuan celestials we have, they are all as one person. Take a look at the first celestials in the early stage of Life of Chanyuan, alphabetically. Songhai Celestial, Dayform Celestial, Foshan Celestial, Jiaoer Celestial, Penglai Celestial, Chinquan Celestial, Taiji Celestial, Tianshan Celestial, Wanyan Celestial. They were as one person. Could we distinguish among them? These people never held discussion meetings, communicated in private, nor made any offensive or defensive alliances or agreements on offensive and defensive activities. They were not bound to each other and acted as they pleased, but what they did, thought, wished, acted, and presented were as a single individual. Over the last few years, some people have fanned the flames and tried to divide and disintegrate them, but what has happened? They just swung their axes onto their own feet. Fortunately, this state has continuously fermented and expanded, followed by more and more Chanyuan celestials joining in. They are also like one person. In alphabetical order, they are Ailian Celestial, Songlong Celestial, Dongfang Celestial, Fahai Celestial, Fanxing Celestial. They are just like the formula 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. These people can share difficulties, share weal and woe, live and die together, and always remain as close as any family. Is this not the factor of a great harmonious world? Is this not the dream of mankind? Is this not the result of practicing according to the teachings of Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad, PBUH? Is this not the epitome of the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world of heaven? Is this not the best human expectation? Of course it is. Are there conflicts among these people? Do they argue? Is there any intrigue? Is there any competition or jealousy? None at all. Some have suggested that Life of Chanyuan has come to an end. However, the fact is not that Life of Chanyuan has come to an end, but that they have. Some have said that Chanyuan celestials are cheated by Xiefeng. However, the fact is that they have been fooled by their petty tricks and short-sightedness because any Chanyuan celestial is hundreds if not thousands of times wiser than them. In today's internet arena with abundant information, who deceives people publicly? They should consider themselves. Some people try painstakingly to awaken Xiefeng and all the Chanyuan celestials, but they are in fact the ones who are sleeping lethargically, not us. How could they awaken anyone when they are the drowsy ones? They are blind with elusive thoughts and muddled and confused minds. But even if they could, to where would they go next, and to where would they take the people who they awakened? Chanyuan celestials do not worship Xiefeng as a god, but respect him as an elder brother, as a close friend to whom one can open their heart and communicate with closely, as a friend who can be awakened in the middle of the night to share a drink, and as a playmate with whom you can flirt and tease and pull his nose and ears for entertainment. While those who are fettered by traditional thinking and shackled by religious doctrines raise Xiefeng to the rank of a god whom they can attack, this is of their own imagination. They imagine Xiefeng as a god, then they attack him like Don Quixote attacking the wind as his enemy. This is ridiculous. Worship and respect are not the same. If we take respect as worship, then there will be gods everywhere. It is only your false accusation that Xiefeng's ambition and behavior of initiating Life Genuine represents a desire to become some international overlord in order to garner power, money, and sex. Bees never compete with flies for food, and cranes never flock with wild ducks. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? How can Leiades guess the wishes of super celestial beings? In short, Life Genuine is a home and paradise for resonant souls, and anyone who resonates with Chanyuan values is a member of this home. You can play games, entertain, and travel throughout your lives together with other Chanyuan celestials. If you cannot resonate with Chanyuan values, then please find a place that you will like. Stop indulging yourself and complaining about people in heaven here. Stop moaning about being ill and saying that no one understands you in Life Genuine, and stop complaining to others. Life Genuine's New Year's Day Message, 2006. Xiefeng, December 31st, 2005. Translation edited by Care. People are marching rapidly and disasters are associated closely with us. We will enter into the year of 2013 in 7 years. It is time to wake up. Tsunamis, earthquakes, hurricanes, and blizzards, mingled with the bird flu and overflowing rivers, are shaking the earth, and an even larger storm will arrive soon. Oh, poor humans. When will you find time to face the greatest creator and pray to him to relieve us from these disasters? People, you can outsmart neither the greatest creator nor death, so you should stop being arrogant and blind. Even if you launch tens of thousands of spacecrafts to monitor nature's changes, and even if all of your 6.5 billion people fought together, you could still not escape this punishment due to your reckless wrongdoings toward nature. I called upon you on New Year's Day last year, but you heeded none of my advice. I am afraid that now it is too late to rein in the precipice. You have been blinded by your self-righteous science and have rested your future on overconfidence. Think it over again. Can you withstand the shaking of mountains? Can you endure the hard times when the sun and moon are not shining? Why can you not pause to look, listen, and think? You should have given first priority to your overall situation, attached necessary importance to everyone's benefits, and known that when nests are overturned, no eggs remain unbroken. Earthworms digging holes in the soil in Japan can cause earthquakes in Europe, and smoke in Madagascar can cause droughts in the Americas. Give up your narrow interests of nationalism, religion, politics, families, and wild ambitions of personal dominance. Instead, pray for mankind and devote your talents and wisdom to everyone's interests. You have painted yourselves into a desperate corner. Everything except for bread, shelter, and clothing is extravagance. Your extra enjoyment depends on the gifts and nursing of Mother Nature. If her blood is drained by you, then how can you survive? You are always hurrying and bustling up blindly. Where on earth are you going? Develop, speed up, develop, speed up. Will the sun not rise tomorrow? Do you really have the ability to settle on Mars? What have the heads of the United Nations and national governments figured out so far? Do they really have the ability to stop these destructive attacks? What do the religious leaders of Christianity, Buddhism, and Islam understand? Do they think there are no problems with their doctrines? Do their religious doctrines never conflict with each other? If they are all correct, then why do they contradict each other? Since there are contradictions, how can any of them be totally correct? Old consciousnesses cannot adapt to the changing new era, just as old leather bags cannot hold fresh wine. While sticking to your own opinions, can you change your thinking and sit calmly to discuss the common future of mankind? Give everyone a way to live. Do not hold up a piece of gold for millions of people to fight for. On basketball courts, a dozen players must fight over one ball. But in real life, you cannot just issue one basketball for everyone. That kind of thinking will only cause suffering and misfortune and lead to disaster and destruction. More than 6 billion people are living in various crises, and the only way to resolve them is from our hearts. There is no other way. The birth of Life Genuine is by no means accidental. Not only is it the inevitable development of human civilization, but it is also the arrangement of the greatest creator. What Life Genuine does is to spread the wisdom of the greatest creator and that knowledge to save mankind. It is never intended to seize the rights of any country, political system, or religion. Life Genuine is not vulgar and low. Now, Life at Genuine is the only hope to resolve the contradictions and crises of mankind. With the approaching new year, I hope that various governments and religious groups can accept the values of Life at Genuine with open minds and revere the greatest creator, life, and nature in a humble manner, and follow the way of the greatest creator. In this way, the greatest creator might give us a way out and mankind might still have a glimmer of hope through which to escape the disasters. After 2013, mankind will enter the Life at Genuine era, and I hope that more will join us. It would be best if all 6.5 billion people would enter the Life at Genuine era. The direction is clear. Where do you go? Make your own choice. May everyone have a bright future.
生命禅院兄弟姐妹相处之道。
How to get along with each other in Life at Genuine. Xiefeng, December 22nd, 2009. Translation edited by Kair. All Chanyuan Celestials have obtained life visas and are the loyal disciples of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, relatives of Xiefeng, the tour guide of Life at Genuine, and blessed children of the greatest creator. The relationships between Chanyuan Celestials are as brothers, sisters, relatives, and lovers. All Chanyuan Celestials must love, care for, encourage, and forgive each other. They share common beliefs, common values, common hobbies, and a common future. Among these are having no conflicts of interest, no differences of nobility and lowliness, no quarreling or fighting, and no irreconcilable contradictions. The excellent qualities of Chanyuan Celestials should be reflected first in their relationships with each other. Those who care for and love their brothers and sisters are walking on the way of the greatest creator, adhering to Life at Genuine values and respecting the guide. Similarly, those who hurt their brothers and sisters of Life at Genuine are deviating from the way of the greatest creator, abandoning our values and hurting the guide. When brothers and sisters encounter difficulties, we must do our best to help them by never turning a blind eye or a deaf ear to them. We must share weal and woe together, and when they are unhappy, we must never gloat or ridicule them, but make them feel loved with warm and passionate words, enlighten them with wise words, let them know that they are not alone, and that we are all with them and care about them. When a brother or sister makes a mistake, we must rally together, not to criticize or bludgeon them, but rather to forgive them and help them to realize their mistake through the salutary influence of education. In the case of their failing to realize their mistake, we must wait patiently and give them opportunities to resolve their issue. If a brother or sister commits a crime unintentionally, no one should ever discriminate, ignore, despise, or monitor them, but forgive them. As long as they remain in our homeland, we must still care for and help them. We use only love to transform them. When brothers and sisters are in poor health, we must give them special life care, including the best food in the home, and let them have enough rest, offer more warm and encouraging words to them, and give them all the conveniences they need. When brothers and sisters have special interests or hobbies, we must not deprive them, but respect and encourage them, not restrain them, but understand them, and not deflate or attack them with any excuses, but do our best to support their interests. When brothers and sisters say wrong things accidentally or even hurt another one intentionally, no one should ever attempt a tit-for-tat or combat poison with poison, but forgive them and treat them with an open mind and an open heart. When we encounter disputes and conflicts among ourselves, we must never tie our feelings in knots, nurse our grievances, be indifferent to each other, or hold grudges as strangers. We must learn to forgive. We must never speak words that are insulting, hurtful, caustic, offensive, or undue, but rather ones that are lovable, cozy, humorous, sweet, and tender towards each other. We must never plant thistles and thorns within our own spiritual gardens. When we chat with each other, we must never discuss the mistakes of others. In this homeland, no matter what, where, or under what circumstances we talk, we must always avoid talking about the wrongdoings of other brothers and sisters as much as possible, and must never sprinkle salt on their wounds or pour oil on their sparks, but always respect the dignity of everyone and fully protect their privacy. Do not guard against, monitor, supervise, or track and investigate your brothers and sisters. Do not speculate in your own heart about their thoughts and feelings. Do not compete with them for anything, and do not argue, scold, or beat them, and do not take them to court. We would rather be bullied or hurt by our own brothers and sisters than bully or hurt them. We would rather believe them absolutely than doubt them at all. In any difficult or hard situation, we should surrender our way of life to any of them and leave death to ourselves. Chanyuan Celestials are virtuous people who are free from vulgar tastes, extraordinary people with open minds, people who are going to heaven without nostalgia for the mortal world, people who understand the value and meaning of human life and treat their life journey with a game spirit, people who know the secrets of life and understand the priority of life so as to improve and perfect their non-material structures until they finally achieve the status of celestial beings. There is nothing that we cannot understand and nothing that we cannot make allowances for and forgive, especially for our own brothers and sisters. There is nothing that we cannot pardon. All Chanyuan Celestials are relatives of Xiefeng, and I will be glad when you love, care for, and get along well with each other. I will be sad if you hurt, dispute with, or estrange each other. Let us follow firmly the way of the greatest creator as guided by Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and the great leader, Mao Zedong. Let us make unremitting and unswerving efforts to climb to the highest levels of life and life. Let us march together happily, joyfully, and harmoniously to the Celestial Islands continent.
生命禅院这艘航船驶向哪里？
To where does the ship of Life Genuine sail? Xiefeng, October 4th, 2007. Translation edited by Kayer. Without specific directions and clear goals, people will inevitably spin around in circles. Life can only reincarnate on the spot. People who want to go everywhere at the same time can only remain put, because we cannot walk to New York, Tokyo, London, and Johannesburg at the same time. Imagine a ship sailing on the vast ocean. What would it be like if it had no direction or destination? It could only drift along and sail aimlessly. Human lives without directions and goals are perplexed ones. A life with neither a direction nor a goal is a lost one, but just having a direction is not enough because there are lots of stops along the same path. If there is no clear destination, then we will also get lost among boundless, endless distractions. Every ship has its own direction and goal. When we board any ship, we must be clear on where our boat is heading. Some ships might be fishing boats that will retrace their routes each time they go out to catch fish. Some might be cruise ships that will take us back to where we began after visiting exotic ports. Some might be pirate ships that will anchor in secret places to rob other ships. Some might be expedition ships that are not clear about their destinations but just want to explore what is out there. Frozen icebergs or raging volcanic islands, they merely explore for exploration's sake. Then, to where does the ship of Life Genuine sail? The ship of Life Genuine will initiate the Life Genuine era and then sail toward the Elysium Celestial Islands continent, making 2 stops along the way, the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world. Why does it make these 2 stops on its way to Elysium? Because this is a ship of life and also a ship that will never return. Everyone on this ship must have a place to go, and although the destination of this ship is Celestial Islands continent, not all passengers will be ready for it. The vast majority of lives must depart at the 1,000-year world, fewer at the 10,000-year world, and only a very small number can hope to reach the Celestial Islands continent on their first voyage. Presently, none of those aboard the ship of Life Genuine can reach the Celestial Islands continent, and very few can reach the 10,000-year world, but the overwhelming majority will narrowly meet the standards of the 1,000-year world and will be the first to depart from the ship. Of course, this is not the final conclusion because we are still sublimating and making progress. Maybe we can break through the 0 point and make a qualitative leap overnight. In this case, there will be many more lives that can reach the 10,000-year world and perhaps even the Celestial Islands continent. You must board the ship of Life Genuine in your heart, but not in your body, name, or symbol. If your name is on the ship's manifest but your heart is not on board, then you will not board the ship. In such a case, you should not complain about having been cheated by the ship because you will have cheated yourself. You never really boarded this ship. It could be said that you are seemingly on board the ship but are actually still on the shore. You are waiting to see, watching the wind direction, weighing pros and cons, and choosing your plan. The ship of Life Genuine will reach its destination on time, according to the universe's life adjustment schedule. No matter how many lives will be on board the ship, whether there are millions or 0, This ship has to sail from the human world to heaven according to its schedule and program. To all those who want to go to heaven to escape the world's catastrophe, the ship of life Echanyuan is at your door to pick you up. Whether you take it or not depends on your own will. You cannot blame any gods or deities, and there is no reason for you to cry or complain outside the pearly gates of heaven. Those who are waiting for another birth of the Buddha or the second coming of Jesus should reconsider. What kind of Buddha or Jesus are you waiting for? Will you see them with your eyes or with your heart? Understand them with your brain or with your heart? And will you express your joy with your mouth or with your heart? In short, the ship of life has been to the earth and has passed your door. Confessions of Life Echanyuan. Everyone is equal before the greatest creator. The psychic energy of the greatest creator is Tao, and it treats everyone and everything equally without giving preference to any individuals or species. Whether individuals succeed in their careers, whether families are harmonious and happy, whether countries are prosperous, and whether people are peaceful and tranquil all depend on whether we follow Tao's operation. If one follows it, they will prosper, otherwise they will perish. Blessing or bane, it is all up to them. There are no gates to fortune or misfortune. Your karma is yours. Life Echanyuan was born at the end of the 5th year of the sun and is the last call from gods and Buddhas to people. Life Echanyuan believes that the greatest creator dominates the universe, that gods and Buddhas are messengers of the greatest creator, and that humans are these gods and Buddhas' favorite children. The universe and life are one. They coexist, and neither can exist without the other. The greatest creator has laid out 36 mazes throughout the vast universe, and everyone's life can have an infinitely beautiful future. Innocent Christians have the 1,000-year world. Taoists with high morals have the 10,000-year world. And Buddhists who reach the non-form state can enter into the Elysium world directly. Whether one can enter the upper life space or not depends on whether they can decode the greatest creator's mazes. The differences between people does not lie in their levels of status and wealth, but in their spiritual purity. The greater their purity, the truer their belief and the more developed their thinking will be. The lesser their purity, the falser their belief and the more obsessed their thinking will be. In human society, the spirituality of celestial beings, saints, sages, and philosophers is pure and high, and they are the people with the greatest wisdom. People have to possess 3 minimum conditions to survive in this world. To love the greatest creator 2, to love nature 3, to love each other. Without these 3 conditions, people are not qualified to live in the homeland created by the greatest creator. Life Echanyuan believes firmly that most people are currently clinging onto the edge of a cliff and may fall into an abyss at any unguarded moment. These people need to understand their purpose for existing on the earth, where they are from, and where they want to go. It took billions of years for the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas to create such a beautiful homeland for us, and since then, there have been many people and civilizations on the earth. However, since people have succeeded in making this homeland filthy in just a few thousand years, the greatest creator has sent messengers to us in order to enlighten us repeatedly, but most people are still obsessive and ignorant of the greatest creator. People's wisdom was originally sufficient to manage themselves. However, more and more people have become ignorant of the greatest creator, lost their connections with nature, and made a mess of our world. More than that, people have adopted hostile attitudes toward each other, fought with each other, and even killed each other. They fight covertly and overtly even among brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors, colleagues and classmates, husbands and wives, and parents and children. Current human civilization is heading for destruction. It is necessary for them to reflect thoroughly on their future. Life Echanyuan has sounded the alarm for humankind in a way that is a lively concerto for some, but a death dirge for others. Whether one hears light music or mourning depends entirely on their spirituality. Life Echanyuan also believes that no natural or ecological disasters are caused by the greatest creator, gods, or Buddhas, but rather by people's bad consciousnesses and conduct. The illnesses of people's bodies are not caused by nature, but by the imperfections of their minds and spirits. The problems of ecological collapses are not simply systemic, but also problems of humanity and spirituality. The many dilemmas and natural and man-made disasters that humankind currently faces can only be understood from the perspective of humanity and spirituality. There are differences in spirituality among people. The deeper their involvement in secular society becomes, the easier it is for their spirituality to be deceived. One can easily go astray if they practice blindly instead of following the Great Tao. Life Genuine is the spiritual homeland of human beings. It comes to the world with the heart of Christ and Bodhisattva and the great love and compassion of the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas in order to spread the way of the greatest creator. This homeland contains the wisdom of mankind, spreads its hope, and is willing to become the mind relay station for everyone, leading to a beautiful future. Life Genuine also purports that people are currently faced with much confusion and many insoluble puzzles of life and the universe. Neither science nor religion can provide anyone with complete answers. Christianity understands the source of life but cannot see the ocean to where it flows. Buddhism knows the ocean to where life flows, but not its source. People in religious circles have spiritual perception but often lack rationality. People in scientific circles have rationality but often lack spiritual perception. Only those with great wisdom have both spiritual perception and rationality. Among humans, only celestial beings, saints, sages, and wise people have both spiritual perception and rationality. These are people of great wisdom who understand that the microworld and the macro-universe each lead to each other. The acmes of the microworld exist neither in the form of elementary particles nor in those of strings or superstrings, but operate in the form of the non-material. Therefore, they are people who can perceive the greatest creator in the depths of the microworld. As a result, in the human world, only celestial beings, saints, sages, and wise people know both the source of life and the ocean to where it flows. Life Genuine believes that autocratic dictatorships are disastrous for civil society, but that liberal democracies are not cure-alls either. It is only by following the way of the greatest creator that people can bid farewell to hunger, illness, plagues, crime, natural disasters, violence, and wars, and ensure forever that mankind will move toward natural harmony, peace, freedom, health, and happiness. It is only this system that can see that mankind manages themselves and the existing planet which they depend on well, including the Earth's environment and all lives on it, and to realize the harmony among people and between people and nature in order to know that we will all have bright futures. Life Genuine believes that everyone's present is caused by their past, and it will only be when we understand this that we will enjoy peace and wisdom, will stop blaming heaven and earth, society, and others, and will find directions to the right path. In order to have beautiful and happy futures, we need to think calmly and never vent hatred without any reason or show ignorance and shallowness for the sake of temporary gains, losses, self-interests, and grievances. In order for people to enjoy beautiful and happy futures, we need to build true faith. Ingentioside. All roots of evil and illness today are the results of our lacking real faith. We have yet to establish the highest of all goals, the highest of all principles, the highest of all faiths, or the ultimate of all standards. Without an ultimate goal, how do we choose any specific way of life? Without a highest principle, how do we set up a specific principle and stick to it without turning back? Without a highest belief and an ultimate standard, how do we judge, think, and act? Without any of these, how could our lives not be blind, empty, and absurd? For a happy future, we need to cast a new kind of humanity. D.H. Lawrence advocated. In order to survive, we need to work together to integrate all human cognitions into a whole. We must work hard to combine all knowledge and all languages into a huge and refreshing symphony too. All humanity must be cast into the furnace so as to obtain a new humanity, remembering that our collective needs are not personal ones, not the needs of any of us. 3. What we need is not the honor or self-satisfaction, but a huge driving force of one mind from which we can create a great society and a free nation that includes individual freedoms. 4. Individuals cannot create new nations. Those things depend on all of us. 5. To achieve this goal, we must join hands and work together. 6. At that time, more people will use their hands to break free from their shackles until all their chains are broken. 7. In order for humankind to have a beautiful and happy future, we must give up our prejudices and obsessions, extinguish our flames of jealousy, selfishness, anger, and hatred, and illuminate the beacons of sincerity, bravery, benevolence, and generosity in our hearts. 8. We must open our minds, escape from our fogs, make new friends, accommodate new consciousnesses, spread new ideas, and embrace new lives. Life at Genuine believes that people are on the eve of a great change, unseen in 1,000 years, an era of turmoil, one of great changes and great transitions, one calling for sages and wise people, and one of exploring and pursuing infinite space and time. The clouds in the sky do not come from nowhere, and Life at Genuine has not come from nothingness. The birth of Life at Genuine is a demonstration of the universe's mysteries and secrets and is an inevitable development of spirituality and wisdom. People must believe in the greatest creator, revere gods and Buddha, and respect all life, whether they be celestial beings, saints, sages, wise persons, ordinary laity, dull persons, emperors, commoners, those who are elite or popular, whether they are rich, poor, Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Taoist, Jehovah's Witness, Falun Gong, Krishna Consciousness Movement, Communist Party members, free people or prisoners, people or livestock, birds, animals, fish, insects, flowers, plants, or whatever. They must all be respected and cherished. The great contour is shapeless and the supreme wisdom is boundless. Without supreme wisdom, one cannot understand the way of the greatest creator. Life at Genuine hopes that all celestial beings, saints, sages, and wise people in the mortal world will experience the profundity of the way of the greatest creator, have a home in Life at Genuine, and use their spirituality and wisdom to pull everyone out of the sea of suffering to reach the far-off shore of salvation. Life at Genuine hopes that every disciple who seeks the greatest creator, believes in Christ, and admires gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and Taoists, whether they are Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, Taoists, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Falun Gong, members of Krishna Consciousness Movement, or others, can obtain enlightenment and new life from Life at Genuine. Those who are busy all day long for career and life, whether you are exalted as a king or low as a commoner, wealthy or poor, highly talented or illiterate, a celebrity, an official, a white-collar worker, a wandering migrant worker, a communist, a democratic patriot, a free man, or a prisoner of sin, the greatest creator cares about you and watches you. Since before 2013, the doors of Life at Genuine have remained open to you at all times, and we look forward to your arrival at any time. May you open your hearts before the greatest creator, gods, and Buddha, that you might receive enlightenment and gain new life from Life at Genuine. May the greatest creator grant psychic energy to you, and may gods and Buddha bless you. The greatest creator resides with us, and gods and Buddha rest within us. Let us walk together with the wise and run into a future that is full of vitality, freedom, peace, harmony, and beauty, yet still mysterious. 守住禅院理念就能拥有一切. You will have everything when you keep Life at Genuine values. Xiefeng, July 6, 2008. Translation edited by Care. Share a warm family with many brothers, sisters, and relatives. Our community has everything that the traditional family has plus everything that the traditional family could never have. Share many talented, handsome, beautiful, passionate, civilized, and elegant friends, lovers, and confidants. You might just yell, "Wow, life is so beautiful." You could not get enough of this even if you lived a cat's 9 lives. Enjoy the second home, now new oasis for life, of the paradisiacal Life at Genuine, where everything is as the 1,000-year world and you will be happier than in your wildest dreams. Share your joy with many lovely, lively, humorous, entertaining, cheerful, and pure-hearted people. Enjoy having caring, considerate, unpaid angel nurses when you are sick in the ideal environment to enable you to recover as quickly as possible and to regenerate unlimited vitality. Spend your final years in peace with many caring brothers and sisters looking after all your needs and being able to leave this world happily without regrets and pass on to your next existence cheerfully. Recover easily from any natural or man-made disaster, and when you are frustrated and desperate about your future, you will take a quick turn for the better, enter a new field, get a new life. rekindle hope, and radiate youthful vitality. Enjoy spiritual, soulful, and material abundance and no longer suffer from anxiety, melancholy, or fear, or worry about your future. Lead an especially colorful and interesting life of playing the zither to welcome the sunrise, blowing the flute to send off the sunset, waking in the middle of night and thinking of art, and walking along winding paths through secluded gorges. Have someone guide you into a meditation room to practice detachment from mortal life. Meditate so as to obtain supreme, authentic wisdom with 64 magical powers, reach the 5th level of meditation, and experience a wonderful reality. Receive oral teachings from the saints of Yin and Yang and the 4 heavenly kings, and being able to understand the teachings of Christ and Buddha quickly and becoming a master of the generation after digesting their teachings thoroughly. Understand everything in the 1,000-year world. Your consciousness will soon resonate with the consciousness of the celestial beings who live there, and when the time is right, you will pass directly there to enjoy fully the infinite beauty of life. Travel around the most magnificent scenery in the universe, taste magical melons and fruits, learn to fly through the sky, and always remain beautiful and refreshed for up to 30,000 years in the 10,000-year world. Go to the Elysium Celestial Islands continent to create anything out of nothing and transform your own celestial island planet the size of Earth, at will for billions of years, where you will be the king to do whatever you want, and to furthermore share infinite and endless fun with hundreds of millions of super celestial beings. What else do you want? Is this made up by Xiefeng? Is he trying to deceive you? The celestial being Lao Tzu gave us this answer. When one of high morality hears Tao, the truth, they try hard to live in accordance with it. When one of medium morality hears Tao, they seem to be aware but yet unaware of it. When one of low morality hears Tao, they burst into laughter. If the ignorant masses do not laugh at it, it is not Tao. Do you not believe me? Okay, then you should forget Chanyuan values, try to find Tao your own way, and see what you will have in the end.
情爱是上帝赐给人类的珍贵礼品，生命禅院的情爱观。
Life Chanuan's view of affectionate love is a precious gift bestowed upon humankind by the greatest creator. Xiefeng. December 16, 2005. Translation edited by Kayer. Nature is beautiful and pleasing to the eye and heart with all of its rich colors. Human life lingers and is sentimental because of affectionate love. Without color, nature would be dull and boring. Without affectionate love, human life would be the same. What is affectionate love, and why are people willing to die for it? It was written that a British prince loved beauty more than power. In The Butterfly Lovers, Liang Shambua jumped into Zhu Yingtai's grave without hesitation. Romeo sang the Nightingale song under Juliet's window every night. Many European musicians and artists and some great Russian writers created enduring masterpieces after they had been inspired by the love in their hearts. In the fairy tale, Prince Charming inspired innumerable girls' beautiful dreams of their futures. The seventh fairy maiden descended down into the mortal world to love and marry Dongyong. The jade hare did the same from the moon in order to enjoy a good marriage. The beautiful courtesan Du Shenyang tossed her precious jewel box into a river when she lost her lover. Yingying risked everything by daring to love Zhang the scholar. A maiden from an official family surrendered her comfortable lifestyle for love when young married women complained about their sheltered lives. Gifted youth dueled and died for the love, which often brought the heroes to tears. Love has made countless men and women bow in homage when they would rather die than live without it. White snakes, green snakes, foxes, and spiders who had practiced for thousands of years and achieved excellent practice also tried to escape the chasing of Fa High Masters, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, and Taoist priests to enjoy passionate relationships with handsome young man in the mortal world. Love makes people toss and turn in bed. It makes us unable to fall asleep and gives us the strength to search for our lovers across many thousands of miles. It makes us pine away for many days and suffer regrets for the rest of our lives. It even makes many of us surrender our precious lives. Affectionate love is a precious gift bestowed upon humankind by the greatest creator. Jesus and Sakyamuni are our two bright lights on our way to happy lives. In our hearts, they are the most respected of mortals, but one is God while the other is Buddha. So we cannot use their standards to demand anything from people because that would deviate completely from the greatest creator's original intention. The greatest creator designed sexual organs for people to enjoy. Physical contact raises our passions while orgasms bring us to ecstasy. Missing our lovers leaves us depressed and lazy, but seeing them elevates us, unable to think straight, speeds our metabolisms, and flushes our faces. Is this not all beautiful? Is it necessary for us to set up barriers, obstacles, and difficulties which prevent people from loving each other sincerely? The suppression and obstruction of love destroys human nature and rebels against the greatest creator. Someone once said, "Life is precious, love is expensive, but both can be dethroned for freedom." So my question becomes, what is the use of freedom once you have abandoned life and love? Chairman Mao was a great man whom I admire dearly, but during his era, the repression of love was extreme. Not only did he suppress young people's innocent yearnings for love, but he also destroyed the most splendid time for love in human nature and directly distorted its most beautiful and normal psychological state. The memorial archway for chastity is still constraining people's normal psychological state, which was given to us by the greatest creator and is a defilement of human nature. I hope that people can reflect on the culture of affectionate love calmly and rationally, including the religious teachings on affectionate love. First, lower the standards and consider affectionate love from a human level instead of elevating ourselves by applying those divine standards of godhood and Buddhahood. In other words, we can only play human roles well by conforming to the original intentions of the greatest creator from when humans were created. Only this will prepare us to enjoy the life in higher-level spaces that the greatest creator has established for us. Without passionate love lives, we can scarcely feel the great love of the greatest creator for mankind and can hardly understand IT's will. Therefore, anyone who rejects affectionate love is rejecting the greatest creator and violating IT's will. Life Genuine advocates monogamous, lifelong love from childhood to old age, because this is the noblest, purest, most beautiful, and most stable love life for us. I hope everyone in the world can enjoy this kind of love life. Life Genuine opposes prostitution and whoring because they corrupt affectionate, loving relationships. They are only commodity exchanges, low-level, taste-based physical desires. They have absolutely nothing to do with affectionate love. If prostitution and whoring were rampant, the ancient tragedy of Rome would surely befall our society. In order to rectify the root, clear up the source, promote humanity, reduce tragedies, and reward true love, Life Genuine puts forward the following views on love. Love ethics. Love ethics refers to the order of seniority in the family hierarchy which is linked by kinship. For example, let us consider two brothers in which the older one marries woman A. If the younger one later married A's niece, it would violate ethics because there would be a confusion of relationships. Should A's niece call the older brother's wife her aunt or her sister-in-law? In another example, if a woman's father-in-law has an affair with her sister, that would also violate ethics because there would be confusion in addressing the woman's sister. Would she call her sister's father-in-law, her uncle, or her brother? A third example would be if the younger brother were to marry his brother's mother-in-law's sister. This would violate ethics in that it would be against Chinese traditional family tree structures because it is inappropriate for the older brother to call his brother's mother-in-law's sister his sister-in-law or call his brother's wife his auntie. In conclusion, if love happens between relatives, they can be considered to have respected relational ethics as long as their addresses are consistent. Otherwise, they would violate those ethics whether such relationship is near or far. Love between brothers and sisters would also be against ethics because it is inappropriate for anyone to identify their sibling as their spouse. If you violate love's ethics, you violate human principles, and if you violate human principles, then how can you be considered to be human? Love civilization. Love civilization refers to the behavior of expressing love which must be proper in time and location and cannot happen at just any occasion, or it would violate love civilization. For example, in public places, there are people of different generations, such as mothers with sons, fathers with daughters, aunts with nephews, fathers-in-law with sons-in-law, and grandmothers with grandsons. In these cases, if someone were to hug and kiss their lover passionately and behave intimately, They would be violating love civilization because expressing intimacy in front of older or younger people is also against love civilization, and those who violate love civilization can only be thought of as being subhuman beasts because they should know better. Love age. Affectionate love refers to the love between people who can have physical relationships with mutual affection. It refers exclusively to those between adults and excludes all minors. Taking into account factors such as physical, emotional, and intellectual development and the impact on their future lives, the occurrence of love behavior between an adult and anyone considered to be under the age of maturity or the age of consent violates the love age. For whatever reason, the adult's behavior is criminal deception. As for the innocent love between young boys and girls, they are normal physiological and psychological phenomena should never be fussed over. Love relationships. Where love ethics, civilization, and age are not violated, and no other transaction-oriented principles are violated, the affection and attraction between people is called a love relationship. They are in line with human nature and with the greatest creator's intention to procreate humans. Love relationships have nothing to do with age. Within the love age, 20-year-olds and 80-year-olds can enjoy so-called spring-fall relationships as they do not violate love ethics. Love diversity. People in human societies are different from each other. Some are enthusiastic while others are cold. Some are omnivorous while others impose moral dietary restrictions. Some are powerless while others are energetic. Therefore, it is impossible to formulate standard and universal rules for love relationships. They are unique and personal. Lifelong monogamy is good, but changing lovers is also good. Remaining single and loving many at one time are both good. As long as the lovers are willing and are in line with human nature, others have no right to interfere. Love morality. Love relationships established on the basis of not harming other people's love defines love morality. This is really a tricky problem which we shall illustrate with the famous novel from the Song Dynasty, Water Margin, on the relationship of Wu Dalong, his wife Pan Jinlian, and her lover Shimin Qing. From the perspective of traditional morality, Pan should have been faithful to Wu throughout her life, and her love affair with Shimin was against the traditional doctrine for a married woman because she should not have become involved with another man. But from the point of view of human nature, it was too cruel for Pan because her faith met Wu's satisfaction at the cost of her own feelings. So, what should she have done? Could she have been satisfied with her husband throughout her life? It is too cruel for a physically and psychologically healthy woman with unfulfilled emotional needs to be loyal to a husband who was unable to meet her sexual needs, let alone to satisfy her emotional needs. So, the love relationship between Pan and Shimin was reasonable, and she had the right to pursue it. But the situation was different for Shimin because his behavior would hurt the love relationship between Pan and Wu, and it was contrary to love morality. Therefore, tragedy was inevitable because in this story, Pan was the victim of Shimin's desire. Wu's behavior is also against love morality because his relationship with Pan hurt Pan and Shimin's love, so he should bear some responsibility. However, it is easy to condemn Shimin while it is more difficult to condemn Wu because even though the love relationship between Wu and Pan pre-existed that of Pan and Shimin, Shimin's social standing was stronger than Wu's, and offering sympathy to the weak is a human duty. Without sympathy for the weak, would human society not become like the animal world? So, what should one do in Wu's or Pan's position? If we consider that since Wu had already established a marital relationship with Pan, then she should not have entered into a love relationship with Shimin, or at least she should have terminated it immediately and restrained and suppressed herself. Some would say that Wu needed care because without Pan, he might have remained a bachelor throughout his life. For that, I would hope that some moralist would be willing to persuade his daughter or sister to marry Wu. It would be perfect and would be worthy of our praise, not. We must consider both Wu and Pan because we are people with human natures. We can neither allow the strong to bully the weak, nor the weak to bully the strong. Nor can we destroy human nature in order to take care of either. How do we deal with this public case? Should Pan have suffered all her life? Definitely not. We must save Pan from her jail. Should Wu endure humiliation and be helpless all of his? Of course not. Human society should build a world where everyone can be happy and free. Wu and Pan became both each other's freedom and their tragedy. So how could we have made both of them free but not tragic? Encourage Pan to divorce? Wu was too pitiful. Pan elopes with Shimin Qing? She could not have afforded the crime of bigamy, and Wu's fate would have been more miserable. The only solution would have been an emancipation of their minds. Pan should have opened up to Wu and told him what she wanted, needed, and felt. Wu should have had a clear understanding about his inability, and he should have loved Pan and understood her situation. An agreement could have been reached in which Pan would have been allowed to enjoy wild fruit appropriately, in order to make up for Wu's inadequacy on the condition that Pan continues to perform her wifely duties for Wu. As Shimin was very wealthy, he should have known that if he wanted to maintain his stable love relationship with Pan, then he needed to be fair to Wu and bring him no harm. He might have chosen to take care of Wu's life. If the three people in this story had agreed to such an arrangement, they could have lived in peace and Pan would have been satisfied both physically and emotionally. As the love relationships between Wu, Pan, and Shimin would not have been based on hurting each other's relationships, this would not have violated love's morality. It would have been fine if Wu would have agreed to divorce Pan, but if he chose neither to divorce her nor to accept the above suggestion, he would have ended up with nothing in his life. Suppressing of Pan Jilian's human nature is discouraged strongly in Life Genuine. On the other hand, if Shimin had also accepted the above suggestion, everything would have been fine. But if not, and he had acted as he pleased because of his wealth, he might have been charged with a crime or even been killed by Wu Dalong's younger brother, Wu Song. My dear friend, do you have any alternative suggestions to raise for discussion? Every individual is different and no one wears anyone else's shoes, so we should set moral rules based on human nature which should apply to everyone, whether they are poor or rich, weak or strong, in the minority or in the majority. Most Chinese people are atheistic and materialistic. According to their point of view, there are no previous or future lives in any sense and our deaths are like lamps going out. So since we can only enjoy one life, we should live it to our fullest. No matter how beautiful the reason might be, there should be no sacrifice of human nature, and one of the most magnificent aspects of human nature is love. Deprivation of human nature occurred during the Middle Ages in Europe and in feudal society in China. Those shop-worn scholars who assumed to be moralists, those well-fed and prosperous high officials and noble lords, and those churchmen who did not know the real truth of the universe never thought about the emancipation of human nature, especially the human nature of ordinary people. Those young people who played their youths away in anticipation for following their outmoded conventions and customs, and some ignorant old people too, made no efforts to loosen the shackles on later generations. Whenever any love disputes occurred, their reply would be to endure it as we have done throughout our lives. You see how we survived, you will do the same. What did you say? You should just shut up. You men wore 2 pigtails. You women wrapped your feet. Must our young generation do the same? A fox without its tail is not a good fox, and a life without love is not a good life. People should not only live for survival but for life. Love morality goes like this. As long as love does not bring harm to others, it is moral. Let us analyze several cases and phenomena according to love ethics, love civilization, proper age for love, love relationship, love diversity, and love morality. Mr. Yang Zhaning and Ms. Wang Fan's love. Mr. Yang was a mature 82 years old while Ms. Wang was only 28 years old when they got married. Is there any problem with their love? Does their love violate any state rule or law? Does their love violate any societal ethic? Does their love violate any civil understanding? Does their love violate the proper age of love? Does their love violate the purpose of a love relationship? Does their love violate any limits on diversity? Does their love violate the morality of love? If their love goes against or violates any of the above items, then that item should be blamed. If not, then their love should be defended or at least not challenged. I do not know the details of their story, but from all the hearsay on the internet, we know that their love story violates neither any state rule or law, nor does it violate love ethics, love civilization, love age, or love morality, and Ms. Wang's reply to journalists showed that their love was based on mutual love and respect, which means that their relationship conformed to the requirements of love relationships. Although he was much older than her, their age was within the proper age range for love. Therefore, the love relationship between them is worthy of affirmation, and we should not only accept it, but should even encourage it. They broke the constraints of traditional concepts under great pressure, posed as a good example for a lot of aged people, swept an obstacle, and created alternative outlets for the romantic desires of the elderly. Such a great disparity of age did not stop their love, which displayed a broad and beautiful love relationship for older people. It is really a beautiful thing for elderly men who may enjoy obtaining a 20-year-old girl's love. The comfort brought to elderly people is that it is absolutely possible to dance a tango on the edge of death. It displayed the beautiful side of human nature. Life Genuine would like to give support to love relationships such as Mr. Yang's and Ms. Wang's. We would like to help them resist the sandstorm, severe cold, intense heat, and hailstorms from human society because their love is consistent with human nature and is also consistent with the will of the greatest creator. The love relationship between a female director of a public security bureau in Shenzhen and her subordinates. According to web-based news media, the director of a public security bureau in Shenzhen had love affairs with many of her subordinates who cooperated very willingly. There was nothing wrong with what this director was doing as long as she did not violate any item of the above love principles because it was her right. A lot of people sneered at her diverse taste for men, but Life Genuine believes that no one has any right to suppress their feelings or activities. No matter how many men she might have associated with, it was her decision, and everyone has freedom in their conception and practice of love. She preferred to live a natural and unrestrained life even at the cost of her life. This was absolutely her own business and had nothing to do with other people. Has this given us any trouble? Life Genuine is willing to offer support to these kinds of people. We wish that women everywhere could break the chains of their traditional concepts of their human natures and strive for their freedom and love. Couple parties. There was a journal from South Africa which described in detail the situation of swingers parties, or couples parties. It really refreshed people's spirits after reading it. Couples parties are events in which several, even as many as a dozen couples, hold regular gatherings in a club. The married spouses separate to form new pairs as they wish or randomly by lot. After the pleasure gathering, each couple returns to their spouses peacefully. These kinds of relationships between husbands and wives are worth advocating because every pair of couples tires of each other after living together for several years. Even if you were eating a variety of exotic delicacies every day, whoever you are, you would become bored with your food however delicious it was, so changing your diet to even simple food such as cabbage and carrots would be refreshing. These families are not destroyed, society is not disturbed, and it is good for one's health and their family's harmony. So in Life Genuine, couples parties are advocated. Sex parties. A group of people who share a common faith and where there are no violations of the principles of love are willing to live together. This is their freedom of love, and no one is blameworthy. I wonder why moralists love to blame them severely? Could they formulate a perfect rule to help them live their lives more happily? If the answer is no, then what gives them the right to interfere with their lifestyles and criticize them? Anyone who cannot lead a happy life had better not advise anyone else how to manage theirs. It would be much better to give them their own space, more understanding, and no criticism. Loose and faithless women. I was once deployed to do my job in a new place. A lot of new colleagues informed me that was a loose woman and to stay away from her or my reputation would be ruined beyond repair. Their words piqued my curiosity, but gossip was a powerful thing, and I dared not get close to her because doing so might have invited their contempt. By accident, this woman greeted me at a company gathering after a year. Oh my God, what should I have done? I considered rejecting her, but that would have been improper and impolite. Accepting her? No, that would have been like jumping into a fiery pit. I had no choice but to force myself, masking like a sacrosanct moralist for answering her greeting and hoping that she would stay away from me. Please don't ruin my political career. I am a promising department manager. Unexpectedly, this loose woman seemed unaffected. She was so shameless that she did not even respond to my indifference. Rather, she stood there talking to me politely and gracefully, being neither humble nor pushy. Standing there and listening to her for almost half an hour, I found myself becoming more and more interested in her story. I eventually came to realize that she was really a considerate and unusual woman with abundant sentiment. Her humiliation, grief, indignation, idealism, and beautiful dream for her future moved me deeply. Her words were logical and reasonable, but neither flirting nor flattering. It was not until she said, "Thanks for listening to me," that I realized that this woman had been hurt by the indifference, numbness, and societal prejudice. It was not her, but us who had dirty souls. It was not her, but us with despicable natures. She was like a small white rabbit among a crowd of wolves being discriminated against and insulted helplessly. It turns out that what seems normal is often abnormal, and what seems abnormal is often normal. Life Genuine is willing to rehabilitate people who have been discriminated against and humiliated due to such loose women and lifestyle issues. Your souls are beautiful, and what you have suffered is unfair. Regarding the phenomena of people's infidelity to their spouses, there are often more tortuous and complicated meanings which require large spaces to make them clear, and I will discuss them later. Love triangles within marriages. I have been transferred from rural areas to cities, from campuses to factories, from being a public official to becoming a businessman, and from living in my home country to living abroad. I have witnessed so many tragedies and miserable conditions of families where innumerable men and women have lived lovelessly and even hellishly, enduring great physical and spiritual torment and waiting for their salvation or liberation. They were like prisoners staring at the outside world numbly through cold steel bars and stretching out their hands and pleading, "Help me. I need freedom. I need love." This phenomenon is even more complicated than the above examples with both reasonable and unreasonable aspects, so it is difficult to reach conclusions. If you are interested in this topic, someday in the future, I will write some analyses for you to read. Conclusion. Affectionate love is a precious gift bestowed upon us by the greatest Creator. A life without it is imperfect because it is the most splendid part of a beautiful one. Denying it is denying life and thus deviating from the way of the greatest Creator. Affectionate love is the embodiment of human nature. Without it, there would be no exhibition of human nature. Therefore, suppressing or destroying it is destroying human nature. All human morality must be based on the promotion of human nature, and any that ignores love has no humanity. As humans, we must be humans first, and then celestials, Buddha, or gods. To expect people to have the standards of celestials, Buddha, or gods is a defilement and destruction of humanity. Everyone has the right to choose their lifestyle, but nothing, including religions, political parties, and governments, must ever impose their views of love on others. Always consider how you will live through this lifetime before thinking about the next one. The greatest Creator wants people to enjoy their lives, but very importantly, to enjoy an affectionate love life. Anyone who does not enjoy a good love life cannot understand the true intentions of and cannot revere the greatest Creator. My dear friends, go and pursue your own love passionately. Postscript. This article was written about a year ago and I dare not publish the full text. Only parts of it are published here. The main reason is that this article might arouse anger among traditional people because of its corrupting public morals characteristic. Today, I read an article written by Mr. Guaziyi in the Boishuan blog, Defense for Yangzhaning, Contest Edition, and got inspired. Fortunately, some of our fellow countrymen still keep cool heads, so I took the liberty to publish it to serve as a target for criticism by righteous men.
在论生命禅院的情爱观和性爱观
Life Genuine's viewpoint on emotional love and romantic love. Day form Celestial. October 31st, 2006. Translation edited by Kayer. Life Genuine's viewpoint on emotional and romantic love is based on the greatest Creator's structural settings and spiritual consolation plan for the human body's physiological structure and is based on the demands of heavenly life so that people can self-refine and self-improve themselves until they finally reach the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. The greatest Creator produces everything from sunshine, air, water, salt, mountains and rivers, plants and insects, and beasts and birds, to our eyes, ears, noses, tongues, bodies, 5 visceral senses and 6 entrails, for limbs and hair, and all the rest. All these things represent the greatest Creator's blessings and its love of humans. To enjoy these blessings is to love the greatest Creator. Only those who understand this truth and enjoy this love fully can be grateful to the greatest creator and can walk on its way. What are the most wonderful things in your life? What are the most fascinating and unforgettable things in your life? They are emotional and romantic love. How did you feel about your first love when you held hands with a member of the opposite sex for the first time, kissed for the first time, were embraced in his or her arms for the first time, made love for the first time, and experienced your first orgasm with them? How do you feel when you are passionately in love? How do you feel when you admire and miss somebody? How do you feel about yearning for the opposite sex? How does it feel when your lover comes to your side when you are in distress? One night couple, 100 days grace. Why? Why are people willing to die for love? Why do they risk being rejected and losing their life for romantic love? It is not difficult for a person who is physically and emotionally normal to feel the wonder and beauty of emotional and romantic love. Experts have written many articles and books on the structures and functions of male and female genitalia, and have also written countless ones on the roles and influences of sexual psychology and emotional and romantic love on human spirits and psychology. Even if you have not read any of them, almost all adults have sampled it personally. Is it not wonderful? Have you not felt comfort and ecstasy brought to you physically and psychologically? Emotional and romantic love are gracious gifts that the greatest creator has bestowed upon humankind. They are the most precious experiences and enjoyments in life. To enjoy emotional and romantic love fully is in line with the will of the greatest creator is not shameful or immoral, but fair and open. They are the worthiest of ideals for which to yearn and pursue. For thousands of years, people have been ambiguous and secretive toward emotional and romantic love, still holds partly concealed, sanctimonious and hypocritical, created countless injustices, and set up layers of barriers and obstacles. The reasons for these are complex and multifaceted, but the main ones are nothing more than these 8. In order to maintain social stability, authorities feel that they need to sacrifice and suppress people. In order to protect the masks of the saints, feudal elders had deliberately raised children to elevate romantic love to a moral height that would frighten anyone. Like giving up eating for fear of choking, people who have suffered on their road to romantic love have instigated the general public to abandon it. In order to deceive the public, powerful people who have enjoyed romantic love have tried to spread deceptions and lies in order to cover up the truth, like people finding gold mines and becoming afraid of losing their exclusive rights to them. Poor people who could not get grapes told people that they were sour because they did not want others to have what they could not get for themselves. People who are physically and mentally unhealthy discredit and demote romantic love unconsciously because they have never been able to enjoy normal loving relationships. Private ownership is a psychological cause. People deliberately exaggerate the facts and set up numerous obstacles artificially for fear that they might lose their spouses or their children might get hurt because of them. Specific unhealthy relationships bring such terrible impressions to society, families, and individuals that many people would rather bear simple diets than enjoy the delicacies they offer. Now is the time to correct people's distorted understandings of emotional and romantic love. If we cannot solve this problem well, then people will remain ugly, hypocritical, chaotic, and immoral. Life genuine values tell us that everyone is independent and has independent will. No one should impose theirs on others, nor deprive them of their qualification and rights to enjoy emotional and romantic love. As long as they are consensual and do not violate ethics or harm public civilization and order, they should be allowed to do whatever they want. You can enjoy unmarried life, but you have no right to restrict others from getting married. You like monogamy, but you are not qualified to oppose polygamy or polyandry. You can enjoy celibacy, but you cannot prevent others from getting married. The patterns of emotional and romantic love are colorful and multifarious. Which pattern you choose is your personal affair. Everyone has the right to choose what is most suitable for them. Never say that lewdness is the worst of all sins. In my opinion, domination is the worst of all sins. Dominate this, dominate that, dominate emotional and romantic love. As long as there is domination, there will definitely be lewdness. If there is no domination, then there is no lewdness, no abuse between husbands and wives, no conflict, no cuckolds and loose women, and no pimping and prostitution. If there is no restraint, then no one will be unfaithful to their mate. We especially emphasize consensual love. 3, 8, or even more people can all love each other if they are willing. As long as there is the slightest reluctance, it is not love, but harassment and a crime which should be punished by law. Human lives last only a few short decades, so is it necessary to create pain and suffering artificially? From the perspective of the sublimation of life, the more colorful that one's emotional and romantic love are, the more beautiful, civilized, and cultivated one's heart becomes. The more tedious, unreasonable, obsessive, and likely to hurt others and society they are, then the more easily one becomes psychologically distorted and abnormal. Many people throughout the world are involved in self-improvement and self-refinement. So let me ask what their purpose for doing this is. No matter how many ways one does it and what their meanings are, we can find a common purpose for this. That is, to escape from darkness and hell and raise their life toward heaven. Where is heaven? Heaven refers to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world in 36-dimensional space. It can be said with certainty that as long as you are baptized with the values of life genuine and self-improve and self-refine according to them, then more and more of you will find these 3 levels of heaven. How do we go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium world? I say surely that as long as you do not understand and enjoy emotional and romantic love and do not sublimate to them, from this human world to the non-material world, you will never find heaven. Emotional and romantic love in the human world are cautious, sneaky, and full of risks, but in the 1,000-year world, they are free and upright without the slightest risks. There are no families, couples, or lovers there. People are all emotionally rich celestial beings, and they are all each other's sweethearts. It is even more exciting in the 10,000-year world, where lovers do not touch each other's bodies physically. Their vibrational frequencies are so high that they experience extreme joy and happiness from just their thoughts. Super celestial beings in the Elysium Islands continent are androgynous and always enjoy extreme joy and happiness. Here, I have only talked about Elysium Islands continent. Other parts of Elysium world have their own characteristics about which the Buddha knows. What I want to tell you now is that your human consciousnesses are impure and your non-material structures are imperfect and defective. If you want to go to heaven, the higher level of life space, your consciousnesses must be purified. To purify them, you must raise your level of understanding, become enlightened, transform your thinking modes, change your consciousnesses, self-improve, and self-cultivate until your consciousnesses can resonate with life in upper-level space. Otherwise, you will not even be welcome in my home, let alone heaven. Emotional and romantic love are core contents in life's consciousness. If you want to continue to reincarnate into the human world, then you should keep handling emotional and romantic love according to the moral laws of mankind which have prevailed for many millennia. If your goal is the 1,000-year world, then you must follow the 1,000-year world celestial beings' way of handling them. Accordingly, if you want to go to the 10,000-year world or the Elysium Islands continent, then you must deal with them according to their standards. The question becomes how to achieve celestial standards of dealing with emotional and romantic love. Can someone who has never driven a vehicle drive one safely and effectively without training? Suppose you get a raw or diamond. Could you see the brilliance of 7 colors without cutting, sanding, and polishing? Could you mount it directly into a crown or make rings, earrings, and chest pendants? Of course not. Those with sexual frigidity can scarcely achieve orgasms, and some will never experience real ones in their lifetimes. How can they achieve orgasms? The only way to transform their consciousnesses is by practicing, along with increasing how often they achieve orgasm. It will become easier for them to become excited. Sometimes they will even be able to achieve orgasm immediately with very little foreplay. Ultimately, there will be no need for physical contact between the sexes at all. Just a few words or a look in the eyes, and even objects and pictures will cause orgasms immediately. It is only then that one can rid themselves of their low-level emotional and romantic love and sexual bondage in the mortal world to achieve 10,000-year world celestial being standards. The flexibility of an acrobat's bodies is the result of long training. Do not expect to do sexual acrobatics without training. Life genuine values are unified entities. You are bound to be deformed if you only attach importance to emotional and romantic love, but pay no attention to other life aspects. Emotional and romantic love are effective links in the overall program. Without them, the entire program will run ineffectively or even crash or become paralyzed. Self-improvement and self-refinement are both simple and complex. There is no way for you to walk through them easily and go to heaven by fluke. No way. The above is an integral part of Life Chanuan's viewpoint on emotional and romantic love. If you want to have a comprehensive understanding, you must read all the relevant articles of Chanuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus.
人类新生活第二家园介绍
An introduction to the new life of human beings. Home without marriage and family. Xiefeng, August 6, 2009. We have set the pattern of new lifestyle for human beings, which is the home without marriage and family of Life Chanuan. This is no longer an armchair strategist's fantasy, yet it is the reality. General outline. To carry out the ideas of returning to one origin with 800 life values for new era human to bring human beings into the Life Chanuan era, in which country, religion, party, marriage, family, conjugal relation will disappear. No one pockets anything found on the road, doors unnecessarily to be shut in the evening for no thieves drop in. Favorable weather is all the year around. All things on earth are in harmony with each other. Everyone is happy and has good fortune as one wishes. This is the era of Life Chanuan era. Management mode. Home without marriage and family implements the holographic management mode. The gist of the mode is that no management is the best management. Constitutions, laws, legislations, institutions, commandments, Dharma will not be put into practice, and 800 life values for new era human will be the guideline. Dealing with daily matters with concepts of omnipotence ever-changing, changes interrelating each other, stimulating and motivating the qualities of truthfulness, kindness, beauty, love, faithfulness, and honesty in human nature, and creating a proper external atmosphere to bring those qualities in full play. All are carried out voluntarily without administrative enforcement. Establishment of institutions. Life Chanuan has one institute and 256 branches in the world. President of Life Chanuan equals to the president of global government. Presidents of the branches equal to the highest local administrative representatives, and they are in charge of planning and arranging daily production activities and life of the branches. Each branch has 3 major departments: living department, education department, and production department. Property and life management. According to the principle of having nothing but having all, properties of the home without marriage and family belong to all the Chanuan Celestial, and they don't own anything individually. The home without marriage and family undertakes the entire daily expenses of each member, provides allowance for the seniors, and brings up the children. Supporting the seniors is no longer the personal matters of sons and daughters, and nurturing children is not the personal matters of parents anymore. Everyone does his or her best and takes what he or she needs. There is no supervision mechanism on spending, neither does strict accounting system. The time one needed, he or she can spend. Working arrangement. Home without marriage and family doesn't have executive orders or forced arrangements. Everybody chooses his or her job in accordance with his or her hobby, personality, and specialty. Home without marriage and family ensures that each member has his or her own job and works for 6 hours every day. No one will lose the job. Moreover, everyone just does one thing at home without marriage and family, for reason that this is mutual service system. Each person has a clear division of labor and is responsible for his or her own job. The cook is responsible for cooking, the washer is responsible for doing the laundry, the dustman is responsible for cleaning, and people who are responsible for producing just do the production work. Everyone carries out his or her duty and minds his or her own business. If someone asks for help, people will help him or her unconditionally, and if they don't ask, other people won't get involved in their personal matters. The daily timetable is arranged in person. You may work at night and sleep in the daytime, and you may also get up late and work in the afternoon. You can do everything following your inclinations, as long as you have done your own job and fulfilled your duty. Relationship of the members of home without marriage and family. No matter one is tourist guide, president, the relationship between members is like a family. Blood-related relationship is the one between fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, grandparents and grandchildren. Relationship between men is like brothers, and relationship between women is like sisters. Relationship between men and women of different ages is brothers and sisters, and men and women who attract each other are lovers. There are no distinctions between superiors and inferiors, leaders and workers, supervisors and supervises, hosts and guests. Everyone is equal. Life arrangement. Under the condition of not being luxurious and prodigal, home without marriage and family tries its best to make everyone eat well, wear well, live well, use well, play well. Everyone has one bright bedroom at disposal, which is equipped with spacious toilet and bathroom. Everywhere is spotless and quiet. Flowers are blooming and trees are flourishing. People take their meals at dining halls. The home also has public recreation room, teaching hall, laundry place, gymnastics, school, medical care center. People mainly have vegetarian food. The dining halls serve vegetarian food and meat dishes respectively. People can take what they like. There are plenty of snacks for people to enjoy. Special care is provided for people who need it. People don't gamble or smoke. Alcoholics are not respected. The weak have been taken care of by specially assigned nurses. People can use the computers and phones anytime they want. There are no holidays at the home. Anyone who wants to take a day off, he or she can do it. Traveling is decided by members themselves. The home throws a party each week. Everyone can play an instrument, sing, and dance to show their talents. When members are gone, Life Genuine will take care of it with its own funeral and interment institution. Everybody has at least 1 hour of collective study on spirit and mind purification per day. In order to keep spiritual, mental, and physical health, half an hour is set aside for exercises and gymnastics. On love and sex. Love is a precious gift granted by the greatest creator to mankind, and sexual love is an inevitable path that sublimates human nature to a higher space of life. Love and sexual love are similar to the dance of two hearts with the same tempo. As long as man and woman fall in love with each other, they can do whatever they want, and no one will interfere or gossip. Lovers don't occupy or envy each other. On the contrary, they respect each other's freedom, which is higher than anything else. They never do any harm to each other, mentally or physically. Honesty prevails throughout society. Normally, people don't lock their rooms, in the room keeping public properties in the daytime. Up to now, no one has lost an item. Each member's bedroom is definitely his or her private space. Anyone who hasn't got the owner's permission is not allowed to get in. If someone wants to get in, he or she has to knock on the door first. He or she can come in until after permission. Sweet and harmonious. People are loving and intimate. No quarrel and dispute concerning interest and hobbies should occur. Staff members are sent to the airport, train station, and bus station to pick up people who join home without marriage and family and people who are leaving. Safety is ensured. One is free to come and go. Everybody uses civilized language. No one speaks bad words and talks nonsense. Everyone speaks gently with an amiable manner. No one shouts and yells. Unless there are collective activities, otherwise, the entire home is quiet for 24 hours. Everyone behaves decently and dresses neatly. Vulgar behaviors are not allowed. There are no untidy persons. Everybody is the owner of home without marriage and family. No one is allowed to reprove, scold, supervise, and force somebody else. Members walk in their own shoes and don't interfere with others. They don't control mutually, but provide services to each other. Members don't build up a special relationship. Their relationship is quite simple. All financial activities are strictly under the scope of laws and decrees of the national and local governments. Home without marriage and family doesn't bring any trouble to national and local governments. Home without marriage and family advocates members should learn the spirit of lay fome. When we are outside the home, we should take good care of the seniors, the weak, the sick, the disabled, widows, widowers, and orphans. We ought to put other members' interest before our own, and leaving the convenience to others and keeping the inconvenience to ourselves. Home without marriage and family is made up of Chanyuan Celestial from Life Genuine. It is not available to people who are not Chanyuan Celestial. It allows the related governmental departments and sections to come and inspect, permits communications with associations, and allows reporters to report the facts practically and truthfully to the society. We don't admit entry to other people. The economy of the home depends on all members. In accordance with national laws and decrees, we gain everything through hard and diligent work. Other than Chanyuan Celestial, we don't accept donations from any organizations, associations, and sponsors. Not a penny. Members of the home must strictly abide by 800 life values for New Era Human. Those who don't uphold it will be eliminated from the home without marriage and family. Home without marriage and family is trying to explore a new way of life for human beings. We believe, when everyone on earth lives their lives according to the life mode of home without marriage and family, afflictions of mankind will be lessened. Each man's pain will be eased, deterioration of the environment will be curbed. Human beings will definitely enter into Life-Chanyuan era which will last for 1,000 years.
关于第二家园物质生活标准的设想
Ideas on the material life standards of the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. December 31st, 2009. Shanghai Celestial indicated, if the present standard of diet will be the ideal state of Life-Chanyuan era, the so-called best living style of human beings in Life-Chanyuan would be still in name than in reality. This is a very good indication. In the related articles about home without marriage and family, I mentioned many times that each celestial in home without marriage and family would enjoy a separate bedroom and bathroom, and it would be better with a small garden. The standard of living will be at upper middle level in the world. Looking from the above ideal standard, home without marriage and family is far behind the previous expectation. At least the standard of a bedroom with a bathroom for each does not come up to what has been expected. In land of idyllic beauty, there is only one bathroom for 30 people. As far as food is concerned, the standard of living in home without marriage and family has been at upper middle level in the world. You may take a look at the situation in Africa, India, the Arabian countries, the ordinary people in Chinese mainland, and most people in Southeast Asia. The only inadequate supply in the dietary structure is meat in home without marriage and family. Except that we are in need of nothing. But, the focus in home without marriage and family is self-improvement and self-refinement, and one of our principles is basically on vegetarian diet. Therefore, the so-called in name than in reality standard of living is actually wrong from the one of meat point of view. Housing quality and hygienic conditions will be improved later, but the diet will be at the present level. Eggs, Chinese tofu, vegetables, soy sauce and seasonings, steamed buns, dumplings, steamed twisted rolls, deep-fried dough sticks, noodles, and rice are ample for supply. This is enough, and it is very difficult for further improving our diet standard. The housing condition is relatively safe and clean. Most celestials' beds are made of wood, and mattresses and quilts are in good conditions too. So, nothing should be complained about these. What people wear every day is provided according to the change of seasons and specific requirement. None of these are of famous brands or in fashionable style. They are very practical. In the aspect of transportation, home without marriage and family will rent vehicles or sent for those who need. Transportation fee for going business downtown will be paid by the home too. In the aspect of communication, internet is available in home without marriage and family. Many people have cell phones, and there is no problem about this matter too. Cell phones are personal properties and the bills are paid personally. Undoubtedly, there is a rainy day in the life of everyone. But I had emphasized that we are here pioneers for constructing the home rather than enjoying. It is not a pioneer's spirit and mind for asking these questions about the standard of living. Moreover, all of us are masters of home without marriage and family, and the unsatisfactory part in the home is related to all of us, not only the guide and the president themselves. We should be all responsible for it. What I must emphasize here is that all expenditure of the home now depends on the donations of our brothers and sisters, and we cannot use them all in improving our living standard. The improvement of life must consist with the material reality. Thus, it is improper for asking too much in this respect. There should be a process for the realization of things, especially those impractical demands by now. Moreover, enjoyment should be proper to what you have devoted to the construction of the home, and it is only that what you have devoted must surpass what you obtained. Is it possible to pay off all the debts which have been accumulated in several generations and realize your dream for marching toward heaven? Much expectation for high level of life, enjoyment with little devotion would be very improper for being a Chanyuan celestial. I wish every one of Chanyuan celestials will embrace the spirit of those people of Red Army who traversed the long march, the snowy mountains, and the marshes, will embrace the spirit of the Tang priest and his 3 disciples on their way to spiritual mountains. We should enjoy high standard life in spirit and mind instead of in material expectations and desires. Otherwise, our enterprise will make towards secular things, to corruption and degeneration. Viewing the human society mode of life in the future from the perspective of Life Genuine. Dayform Celestial. March 5, 2007. Future human society is called Life Genuine Era. The characteristics of Life Genuine Era are no country, no religion, no political party, and no family. No one pockets anything found on the road, doors unnecessarily to be shut in the evening for no thieves drop in, person of virtue won't be abandoned away from government. Honesty prevails throughout the world. Everyone is happy and doesn't worry about his daily life. Maybe somebody will laugh at this by saying, wishful thinking, daydream, fantasy, or impossible. It is right and impossible if it is just preaching or conceiving. But it can be possible if a crowd of people are making practice and their practice is effective. First of all, Life Genuine has successfully carried out a series of activities without the consciousness of country, religion, political party, and family. And there would be no country, religion, political party, and family if more and more people, regardless of their races, become Chanyuan celestial. Maybe some people will find it amusing again. It is good enough for a small party fun, but it is absolute daydreaming if you want all of human beings enter into Life Genuine. Hi there, you're right. But the problem is that we don't mean to let all human beings enter into Life Genuine right away. As long as hundreds of people on the planet believe in the idea of Life Genuine and live a happy life, that will prove a success. And by that time, just think of it, people will try to enter into Life Genuine by all means. The scene is just like a drowning man and a straw. You will see it when the time comes. The mode of future human society life will be the life of Chanyuan celestial. Many people may not be able to see it in their lifetime, but they can understand it. Hard to believe, right? Wait and see. The blessed ones will see it when the day comes.
欢迎进入生命禅院新家园。
Welcome to Life Genuine, the new home. Dayform Celestial. October 2nd, 2006. A lonely stranger in a strange land would miss his family all the more on every festive day. The Home for Soul is newly built up. People from all over the world are able to join and become neighbors. We miss someone every day, yet we may not see him or her very often. Now that the home is built up, our dream has finally come true. People from different parts of the world come to the home, and our life embraces a fresh start. Dear brothers, sisters, relatives, and lovers, distinguished guests, welcome to Life Genuine, the new home. Let us hold our hands and walk shoulder by shoulder to continue the life journey. It has been 3 years and 7 months since Life Genuine, Home for Soul and Spirit of Mankind, was established. Life Genuine has gone through many twists and turns in recent years, and now it come to the royal road at last. With green shade growing in the oasis, fountain trickling through the desert, gospel of heaven coming down from the sky, the preface to the idealistic era craved by human beings has appeared on the boundless and immeasurable horizon. This is a home shared by Buddha, Bodhisattva, angels, men and women with pure heats. It is the teaching hall where abnormal thinking and fantastic idea can survive and people getting to know the greatest creator, studying Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Muhammad the Prophet, and celestial Lao Tzu. It is the passage through which telegnosis being opened, revelation being granted, 36-dimensional space being known, and the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands. Continent of Elysium world being entered through temporal transverse direction. It is the starting point of the new era of Life Genuine for mankind, the headquarter of ideological structures, the cradle where spiritual masters being given birth to and nurtured, the paradise friends being made and lovers exchanging heartfelt words. In a word, this is the stage we ascend to the higher realm of life. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view. and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in Life Genuine will a new life begin. You will see clear paradise scenes. It has been proved that, having been baptized by the concepts of Life Genuine, people are different from ordinary people. They are unique and free from vulgarity and come out of Egypt of mind. Men's race, which is the life non-material structure, has sublimated to the life structure of celestials of heaven. Consciousness has already cruised in the infinite and boundless universe. Chinkuan Buddha explained the body, facies, and usage of Tao. Buddha of Taiji conveyed to us that mental state determines life of being and way of life. Foshan Buddha expounded the basic relationship among consciousness, structure, and energy. Master Tianlai Celestial told us that targeting at the same aim, different ways would lead to different results. Tourist Guide Dayform Celestial proposed that material thinking, image thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, visualized thinking, Taiji thinking, non-form thinking, and holographic thinking altogether depict the roadmap of heaven. Buddha, masters, fairies, and fairies of Life Genuine are also intelligent. New thoughts occur to them every day. There are hundreds of new notions in Life Genuine, which open up a fresh world for us. Master Nanji, Master Ling Yuan, Master Chao Jun, Master Ji Rue, etc., who have explored and practiced many self-refined ways convey us with their own experience that the self-refined ways of Life Genuine are most direct and effective. You have to deepen your understanding first and transform the way of thinking. The core of Buddha Dharma is transformation of the way of thinking. Nothing can't be accomplished, only are those one can't even imagine. The self-refine of Life Genuine is not for obtaining exceptional functions. However, we can foresee that there will be many Chanyuan Celestial with exceptional functions appear in the near future. As long as getting along with each other at the backyard of Life Genuine for a while, unfamiliar people will become intimate brothers, sisters, relatives, and lovers. Like a family, people will exchange heartfelt feelings, no argument, and no discrimination. No jealous, no doubt, people make joint efforts and combine together. The fact proves that Life Genuine is the best home under heaven, and one can never find a better place anymore. Life Genuine neither has rules nor regulations, let alone executive leaders. Chanyuan Celestial doesn't shoulder any duty or responsibility. People feel at ease under all circumstance, meet and leave by chance, do whatever they like and go anywhere according to their own will. People's acts are driven by inclinations of heart, yet they never cross the moral line. Everyone has a moral court of conscience. They exert self-reflection, self-punishment, self-correction, and self-accomplishment. No one can impose his or her will to any other people. The aim of Life Genuine is to hold high esteem in the greatest creator, life, and nature, and to walk the greatest creator's way. As the highest state of life, we want to initiate Life Genuine era. As the highest state of being, our ultimate goal is to go to the Celestial Islands continent. There is no long lane without turning. Passing through the dense fog, crossing the rough way of life, we finally find our home for soul. From now on, life will no longer felt lonely, confused, staggered, and pathetic. The scene in front of us is magnificent, and our future is infinite and eternal. We are embraced by telegnosis of the greatest creator and walk on his way. We are vigorous and healthy, and may all our wishes come true. Confucius said when he was by the river, time passes like this water. Time is precious. Time is money, yet you can't buy it with money. The year 2013 is not far away. Dear beloved, I love you, and we love you. Don't hesitate. Opportunity knocks but once. Come on. Let us take life as a game, join each other, and travel to the Celestial Islands continent to enjoy the eternity of life. 建设一个精神和心灵的家园. Build a spiritual and soul homeland. Xiefeng, June 12, 2003. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in Life Genuine will a new life begin. You will see endless good fortune in future world. Life Genuine is a mental and spiritual habitat, a spiritual homeland for people who are ordinary, kind-hearted, honest, hardworking, and knowledgeable, a college to understand the meaning of life and the significance of human life, a transfer station leading to supreme life space. When you feel incompetent, exhausted, and gaunt and confused, you should take time to Life Genuine to listen other people's understanding of human life, to experience the peaceful atmosphere, to see if there are unworldly higher beings. There are 36-dimensional spaces in the universe. Every space is a huge world which includes supreme life space, low life space, and middle-level life space. Life Genuine will present people the mysteries of every life space. Through explaining the universe, time, and space, Life Genuine will escort people to set foot on the road of super space and run to another beautiful and attractive life world. Human life is full of misfortune, suffering, regret, and helplessness. Troubles and worries tangle us all the time. Many puzzling mysteries of human life make us feel contradictory. Unpredictable situations and unexpected good or bad fortune make us anxious. Undesirable and troublesome things often make us sleepless. Disease and hunger often threatens us. From time to time, the complicated and changeable interpersonal relationships entrap us into the painful abyss. Survival competition oppress us, make our tired body lost in a miserable swirl after another. Why is human life like this? Why can't we get out of the trouble? Why can't we control the track of our own life? For thousands of years, intelligent people look for answers. Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Lao Tzu make painstaking effort for us. Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Thomas Jefferson, and Lincoln exert their utmost efforts for us and try to build a peace world in where everyone is equal and happy. Moses, St. Paul, Mahavira, Zoroaster, Manes, Fatuomonii, Dante, Sais, and other sages undergo hardships to lead us into a joyful and happy family. However, the true answer seems far away from us. It still needs to take a long way to get closer to the shore of the truth. The development of the science provides us the key to the truth. Einstein, Newton, Galileo, Faraday, Stephen Hawking, and other scientists pave steps to the door of the truth for us. Edison, Rockefeller, Henry Ford, and Bill Gates create necessary utility tools for us. Plato, Ibn Sina, Zhu Xi, Aristotle, René Descartes, Bacon, Adam Smith, Rousseau, Voltaire, Malthus, Darwin, Freud, and other masters provide us necessary tool of rational thinking. Now, it is time to carry on the past heritage and open up the future, to rectify our foundation and to purify our origin, to absorb the essences of human intelligence and to develop a new era. Life Genuine not only solve the problem that if there is the greatest creator, the origin of the universe and life, the necessity and incidental, the karma, the previous life and the future world, the God, Buddha, and celestials in the universe, but also arrange the best way to people, strive to liberate you from suffering, lead you to develop into supreme life space, and make your life bring out beautiful flowers in the everlasting space. I hope people who want to self-refine in mortal world could participate in Life Genuine, such as hermits, religionist, president, Nobel laureate, billionaire, scientist, entrepreneur, literateur, public functionary, teacher, worker, farmer, rank-and-life soldiers, merchant, and homeless tramp. As long as you can explain a question about universe, space, or life and your theory can't be demolished, you can make contribution to Life Genuine. Life Genuine doesn't belong to a country, a nation, a religion, a political party, or an organization and individual. Life Genuine isn't a religion form, so there isn't special ceremony and demand. Life Genuine isn't a company, so it doesn't participate in activity aiming at profit. Life Genuine isn't a political party, so it doesn't have constitution and doesn't participate in any political activities. Startup words. A ship full loaded with new life is sailing. A new era is coming. We are in an era of economic growth, material prosperous, spirit poor, and heart gloomy, an era which pay much more attention to reality and materialization, and an era of lacking belief. Cultivate conscience, educate mankind, seed civilization, and enlighten spirit, which are every sage's glorious mission. It is the calling of the era to build a mental and spiritual homeland. The greatest thought is rational thinking. The rational power is the most powerful power among humankinds. Compared to the 36-dimensional space, human beings are in a very limited world. So we need to tell ignorant people the vast space system and let them know the principle of, why am I being me? What do I live for? First of all, a great era must be guided by a great thought. If there aren't powerful supports from the mental and the liberation of the spirit, the economic development can but result in human beings' universal corruption and decadence. Although thoughts of sages in history shine lights of rationality, none of their thoughts can meet current people's mental and spiritual desire. Although all religions make indelible contribution to the civilization of mankind, every existing religion has its limitation and can't guide current mankind. A theory, a thought, we have to doubt it if it exists over 1,000 years, but can't bring peace to the world and can't bring joyfulness and happiness to the life. A theory or a thought, if it can't be accepted heart and soul, but be accepted by putting to use state apparatus, power and institution, inflammatory and fraudulent way or material lure. If it promises a bright future, but can't figure out the scene, we have to think deeply about the theory and thought. A theory or a thought, if it can't make people enjoy the happiness of this present life, if it thinks that only suffering can get otherworldly blessing, it is either pettifogging or irrational. Before everything is clear, firstly we should believe in science, truth, and logical deduction. We believe that people standing at the peak of science is closest to truth. Undeniable, the great soul surpasses science and space-time. Their thoughts can't be accepted generally, which is the sad part of the great soul. If the great soul can't bring humankind current happiness and future hope, its value is less than a rainfall. Life genuine is a place to gather great soul. The great soul isn't life from low life space and middle level space, but from supreme life space. Before the World War I, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world has sent millions of supreme lives to mortal world the great soul. Life genuine is to tell these great souls that, instead of enjoying the joyfulness in mortal world, you come to mortal world is to explain the mystery of the universe, the essence of human life, to save people who have a rough time, and to make people enjoy happiness and joyfulness in mortal world. You can never make transmigration in mortal world again, because you will lose your nature and your way to home once you went through transmigration above 3 times. The greatest creator loves and cares humankind. Before material prosperous and moral degeneration, he has to save people from disaster in case of resulting in the flooding tragedy of Noah era. When people have no fear of force, then great force descends upon them. We must make people know the meaning of these words. Henry Van Dyke was an American author, educator, poet, playwright, and clergyman once said, "Men of privilege without power are waste material. Men of enlightenment without influence are the poorest kind of rubbish. Men of intellectual and moral and religious culture, who are not active forces for good in society, are not worth what is a cost to produce and keep them." You are great soul with great thought. If you were a president and only considered your own political party, group, and private benefits rather than the benefits of the whole country, you couldn't be called a great soul. If you had university education but don't service to humankind, you are not a great soul. If you get wealth from the world but don't want to pay back to society, you would be an inferior soul. If you were an advanced official, only try hard to win promotion and to get rich and to make one's ancestor illustrious. Instead of bringing benefit to your citizens, you are also an inferior soul. If you don't make progress but lead a befuddled life when you make a little achievements, you aren't a great soul too. Great soul among human beings should be taken to supreme life space. Inferior soul among human beings must be taken to the low life space. Nobody wants to place the excrement of the toilet in the living room and place the good wines and dainty dishes in the toilet. Even so, the human beings, how about the order of the greatest creator? Only when the people around us are happier, the greatest soul can calm. Only when we contribute our knowledge to human society selflessly, our soul is capable of getting into the supreme life space. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. So you should open the window to the soul and fix your vision onto further future. For millions of years, human beings always feel their way in the confusion situation. They don't know there is always room for improvement. They suffer meaningless hardship, pain, and sorrow. Because people don't know the mystery of life, they trample their own and other people's life. Because they don't revere the greatest creator, they can but transmigrate again and again among the low life space. Because there isn't a great sapiential guide, we have to follow the wrong guidance blindly. Hardly can people ask himself that, What am I busy for? Is it significant to my life? What is the difference between myself and the onrushing worm? People living on instinct, fame, and emotion can but fall into the same old trap forever. The frog in the bottom of the well always thinks that the place it lives is the ocean and sea, the sky it sees is the universe. People living on intelligence can have good view of thousand rivers and million mountains. However, people living on spiritual nature can pass through the limitation of the space and enjoy the infinite charming scene. In boundless universe, don't lead a befuddled life in the low life space. Don't fight and grab in the worldly confusion. Don't sigh in the wrong thinking vortex. Don't destroy life and ultimately hurt yourself. The ship of Life Echanuan will take people possessing intelligence and spiritual nature to the ocean of the truth to enjoy the real pleasure of life. The greatest creator is just, because he arranges procedure of place where people should go in future strictly depending on people's actions in mortal world. People with higher spiritual nature can go to supreme life space, and people with lower spiritual nature must go to low life space. Tao is just, because it records everybody's deeds forever. People who follow the principle of the greatest creator and want to pursuing the truth, please contribute your talent and knowledge. Don't sigh for injustices around you. Don't crush out your intelligence and wisdom. Don't think you have no future. Don't hide at home to suffer. Your life will release multicolored anima if only you seek for the Tao of the greatest creator. Then you will find out that you aren't the person you imagine. As long as you work hard, you will be loved by the greatest creator and the humankind. The ship of new life is sailing. To people who want to follow the way of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, Lao Tzu, and other sages, those who desire to explore the mystery of the time-space, those who want to go to supreme life space and want to have telepathy, please get on our ship now. Life Echanuan will take you to an unimaginable, secret, boundless, wonderful, relaxed and happy, excited and desirable place, where is the proper place to place our life. God is always with me. God will always be with you.
将开心快乐带给他人和社会。
Bring joy and happiness to others and society. Xiefeng, June 9, 2008. The purpose of life is to pursue joyfulness, freedom, and happiness. No matter it is the social system and religious doctrine, no matter it is to run business or to hold mass organizations, both should depend on this purpose. Everything depending on this purpose corresponds to the Tao of greatest creator, the humanity, and the meaning of civilization. Otherwise, it will be disordered and imperfect, and is deviated from the meaning of civilization. Chanyuan Celestial is the most cultivated and most civilized people in human society, whose action is in strict accordance with the instructions of Christ Jesus, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial being Lao Tzu, and the sages in the history. The goal of our living is to get into heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium world, or the Celestial Islands continent. The purpose of our life is to enjoy joyfulness, freedom, and happiness. That is to say, we should not only make ourselves live a life of joyfulness, freedom, and happiness, but also make others gain a life of joyfulness, freedom, and happiness.
It is Chanyuan Celestial's basic accomplishment to bring joyfulness, freedom, and happiness to their parents, brothers and sisters, partner, children, neighbors, friends, workmates, and other people whom we are destined to meet. The one who brings others worry, trouble, suffering, constraint, crises, danger, quarrel, and fight is not a Chanyuan Celestial. Especially in the family of Life Echanuan, Chanyuan Celestial has to bring joyfulness, freedom, and happiness to each other. If they bring suffering to others, they would betray the values of Life Echanuan and the greatest creator's Tao.
You have to suffer your share of pain and pay off your own debt by your efforts. You should build your own road and walk your own way. Chanyuan Celestial just pursues reality, goodness, beauty, love, and honesty, desires to see the bright and brilliant aspects, desires for joyfulness, freedom, and happiness. Nobody can pour his worry, complaint, detestation, discontent, and negative mood into Life Echanuan family, even pollute the purified spiritual and mental spaces of other Chanyuan Celestials. God helps those who help themselves. Life Echanuan follows the principles of the nature. Every Chanyuan Celestial must be an independent, unhesitating, and promising stronger instead of a complaining, indolent, and helpless weaker. If you endeavor bravely, I will give you a helping hand. If you indulge yourself, then there is nothing I can do. Before crossing the opposite shore, every Chanyuan celestial is looking for his own survival. Everyone needs to be supported with increasing energy and the comfort of spirit and heart. It is forbidden to steal, grab, and expend the energy of other Chanyuan celestials. Chanyuan Celestial is a company to travel life together instead of an organization which is bounded together for responsibilities, obligations, and liabilities. So every Chanyuan Celestial should be responsible for his words and actions, and for himself as well. You are the master of yourself, so whatever you say and do depends on your own will, not on the enforcements of others. Whenever you say foolish words and do foolish things, you should shoulder the responsibilities, and you can't complain other Chanyuan Celestials. Every Chanyuan Celestial must be clear that Life Echannuan is not an organization with any nature. Life Echannuan is a spiritual and mental homeland and will never be an organization of politics or religion. It will not impose responsibilities and obligations to anybody, neither will it be responsible for anybody. What Life Echannuan publicizes and advocates is a kind of value on human life and life. It won't monopolize or replace the actions and living of anybody. Please remember you take action by yourself, and it has nothing to do with other Chanyuan Celestials or Life Echannuan. If you think you are cheated, I will say you are not being responsible for yourself. You can't blame others. Furthermore, I want to emphasize 3 points of view. Firstly, the identity of Shuefeng is a tour guide of human life and life rather than a boss and a leader of somebody, even not a master. Whether the tourists follow the tourist map or not depends on their own will. The tour guide has no right and qualification to compel them. Secondly, our deeds must accord with words in Life Echannuan. We never do things which are not written in Chanyuan Corpus, Shuefeng Corpus, and other articles of tour guide. We never do something stealthily. What we are doing is fair and upright and should withstand the test of fact, science, and logic, and the monitoring by the human beings. Shuefeng did not arrange any activities rather than the publicized in Life Echannuan and network. There are not any activities in Life Echannuan except for publicizing Chanyuan values and constructing home without marriage and family on network and Life Echannuan's website. If there are more than that, it must have nothing to do with Life Echannuan. In a word, everyone must face the greatest creator directly, should be responsible for himself. You don't have to be responsible for other Chanyuan Celestials, for Life Echannuan, and for Shuefeng. It is the grace of the greatest creator and our fortune to get into the spiritual and physical homeland to travel human life with people who think and work and echo with you. Every Chanyuan Celestial should value this opportunity and feel grateful. One should bring joyfulness, freedom, and happiness to other brothers, sisters, relatives, and lover as possible as they can, shouldn't desire to control or dominate others. In this family, we can talk our understanding on human life and life, talk our cognition to the universe, and talk the suggestions on constructing Chanyuan family and developing Life Echannuan era. We can encourage and praise other Chanyuan Celestial. Chanyuan Celestial can communicate with each other, but they can't direct and educate brothers, sisters, relatives, and lover in Life Echannuan except for Saint Yang Heaven Earth Buddha, Mortal World Heavenly King Foshan Buddha, and Sage Taiji Buddha. We shouldn't impose our will on others in the name of maintaining Life Echannuan and Shuefeng's fame. As long as we bring joyfulness, freedom, and happiness to others, we are doing merits and virtues, and creating the Life Echannuan era for humankind. 开创一个理性、祥和、人性的时代. Create a rational, peaceful, humanistic era. Dayform Buddha. August 29, 2004. From 2988 BC to 2012 AD is a cycle of life and universe. At the end of the circle, the supreme level life space, mortal world, and low-level life space need to be adjusted because of the equilibrium of their life amounts are in critical point. Take mortal world as an example. Because the amounts of animals decline sharply and are disproportionate with the amounts of human beings, lots of people have to return to the animal world. In the same way, during hundreds of years, the celestials coming from the super worlds to fulfill their mission have to return to super worlds. Non-material structure possessing the standards of Inferno, frozen layer, and inflamed layer must be thrown into the hell, and the one who have achieved the perfect human nature's standard have to get into the 1,000-year world, have achieved Tao have to get into the 10,000-year world, and those who have achieved Buddha have to get into Elysium world. For those who are reaching the perfect human natures, yet still unperfect, will be left in human world to reproduce and develop. From the time life genuine appears on the planet and in the man's world, the heaven world will successively dispatch some celestials, angels, to the world to help those remaining in mortal world to experience a hard time. The celestials will not show up in the form of extraterrestrial or other visible forms, but will attach to human beings' body to perform its program of balancing the life and universe in the form of the psychic energy. I don't know whose body the celestials, angels, psychic energy will attach to, but I am sure the one attached is the blessed one, which is coincidence with Xue Feng's poem, "Butterfly flock around when flowers are blossoming. Good wishes and wisdom bubbles when your heart is peace being. No disease bothers you when your heart and body are clean. Celestial will you be when you only think of a mortal thing." The talented and wisdom men in life genuine should be prepared psychologically. Listen attentively to the guidance of your souls. Be ready to be unified with celestials from super worlds at all times. If we know the honored guests are coming, we should make a thorough cleaning in and out, light incense, eliminate dirty air, and wait for their arrivals. Guidance from psychic energy should never be suppressed by the rational values. We should realize that the values we keep may be functionless and totally wrong. We should try our best to be in the unconsciousness state. We'd better make a thorough formatting to our knowledge, experiences, values, and mode of thinking, reinstall the psychic energy from the source of life, remold ourselves thoroughly, and be a useful member in the new era after 2013. Along with the constant understanding on the mystery of the universe and the true meaning of the life and life genuine, someday, you will experience an indescribable passion and impulse, sense the mystery calling from the celestial beings. Realize that you are not an ugly duckling but a white swan, just like awakened suddenly from a dream. Once this sign occurs, it proves that your heart is connecting with the psychic energy from the resource of life, and celestials are attached to your body. You can do whatever according to the guidance of the psychic energy. One thing needs to be cautious is, no matter in the past time, nowadays, and future, there are lots of people who are attached by devils, will confuse all living creatures and content against life genuine. But these devils led by Satan are not heterodox doctrines. They are also performing and maintaining the balancing program of the life in the universe. If Satan and his fellows don't create obstacles and troubles in mortal world and don't strive to lead parts of people into the lower bound, and nobody wants to reincarnate to animal but wants to go to the super worlds or stay in mortal world, the universe will collapse. Just like a person split into two halves, if one half is dead, the other part is unable to exist. To the life in universe, both Jesus and Satan are important. It is a unity of opposites. Mankind's view of Satan as their enemy and a devil of swallowing life are an extreme misunderstanding and injustice. In fact, Satan is truthfully fulfilling his duty. Satan and his fellows have to try every way they know to prevent all human beings going to super worlds. For example, money, beauties, power, status, pleasure, fame, exceptional function and religion conflict, and so on. It is like the policemen who hold the door of the conference hall and prevent the swarming crowd. Why does Dayform Buddha only call for 2% people? 2% of human population is 130 million. And these people will be left in the planet to create a rational, peaceful, and humanistic era. Maybe Dayform Buddha will be scolded as heterodox doctrines and ignoring other 98% people. In fact, Buddha coming from the greatest creator doesn't ignore other people, but other people refuse to be taken care of. Except Xue Feng's inner strength, everything in life genuine is presented clearly. Who will believe in Xue Feng's values except for a few sages with spiritual nature? Will communist, Christian, Buddhist, democratic personages, or members of Falun Gong practitioners believe this? No, they won't. Of course, better not. If the number is over 2%, life genuine will be out of order. Jesus has declared that everything should use parables, which is hard to understand to those who are going to be thrown into hell. However, if they can understand, they will not go to the hell. And if the hell is empty, the balanced heaven can't exist. Celestial being Lao Tzu sighed, "My words are very easy to know and very easy to practice, but there is no one in the world who is able to know and able to practice them. They who know me are few, and I am on that account the one to be prized. So, from now on, we should apply for the visa to the kingdom of the new life circle. It is very easy to apply for this visa. Reverence to the greatest creator, reverence to life and reverence to nature, and following to the greatest creator's Tao. There are few people traveling on the path of life, just like the revelation shown to sage-like type in the dream. A couple of people climbing up the Xiefeng mountain with great effort, and there isn't a busy scene to be found. If we look around and follow the steps of the common people, someday we will find that we are at the door of the hell. After the adjustment of the life in universe, human society will be a rational, peaceful, and humanistic era. It also will be an era needless of the great men and heroes, an era with harmonious nature and ample food and clothing, and an era without fighting and grabbing and mental disease. The greatest creator has given us free will. Whether to go to the heaven or to go to the hell, that totally depends on your own choice. Satan and his evil spirits can only satisfy our desire on the material and flesh. They can't control us wholly. In the end, you have to take your own path. Since we have free will and the rights to choose our path, we should open up new ways forward to the rational, peaceful, and humanistic era. 懒惰是第二家园大敌. Laziness is a big enemy of home without marriage and family. Xiefeng, August 31st, 2008. I roughly browsed the reasons of the final failure of some ideal communities in history. The result is that all of them are killed by laziness. Everyone is busy in seeking enjoyment, reaping the fruit of others' labor, or drifting along. As time passes, the building of the ideal homeland collapses. In order to make home without marriage and family established by us to flourish, grow, and enter into the ideal state, we have to learn from the lessons of history. So the number one enemy of homeland is not others but laziness. It is the long-term strategic target for home without marriage and family to conduct the life and death struggle with laziness. Every member of home must possess the elementary qualities such as rising up on hearing the crow of a rooster and practicing with the labor tools, getting up at the crack of dawn and cleaning the courtyard, making a firm resolution to make good, constantly striving to become stronger, and working hard every day. Diligence can achieve the good future, and laziness can even ruin the blessing of God. Laziness can destroy everything. It can make one sink into vice, can corrode one's will, spirit, mind, and physical body. It can ruin a whole diligent community, influence the healthful spirit of a community just like virus. At last, it makes everything stay in the doldrums, dead as a doornail, depressed, and finally decay to extermination. Laziness is a kind of virus, is the biggest devil for a man. Once laziness becomes his second nature, he will gradually become a walking corpse and running flesh to harm himself, others, and homeland. Someone summarizes, the lazy man is bound to be an ordinary man. An ordinary man is bound to be a complaining man. A complaining man is bound to be a painful man. A painful man is bound to be a misfortune man. And a misfortune man is the lazy man. God helps those who help themselves. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Natural law punishes those who are lazy, and heaven will abandon those who are lazy. Diligence symbolizes beauty, and laziness represents ugliness. The 8 features of laziness are as followings. Seeking no progress but ease and comfort. One is indifferent to anything but prefers reaping the fruits of others. Irresponsible for anything but prefers loafing, muddling along, and eating the bread of idleness. Stays up late at night and gets up late in morning without regular daily life in a weary state. Indulging in games with no desire to make progress. One idles about all day and muddles along without any aim. Sluggish and lazy, and never perfects one's skill but only pursues leisure and fears hardships and fatigue. Greedy on eating, sleeping, and playing with a confusing head and 4 lazy limbs. One never participates in anything personally or carries out self-criticizes, but prefers complaining, grumbling, and criticizing the industrious people. Sluggish, prefers postponing and performing one's duty in a perfunctory manner with numerous excuses. One finally accomplishes nothing. Running water never becomes putrid, and a door hinge is never worm-eaten. Excellence in work is possible only with diligence, otherwise everything is ruined in laziness. Once laziness becomes one's second nature, he will idle away everything into nothing. If one is diligent, one is skillful in everything. Otherwise, if one is lazy, he will be accompanied by countless illness. The tower of 9 stories rose from a small heap of earth. The journey of 1,000 miles commenced with a single step. A small leak will ruin a big dam. The beautiful homeland will be ruined in laziness. So home without marriage and family will fight against laziness from beginning to end. For homeland, the laziness is AIDS, cancer, viral dysentery, robbers, and devils. How to carry out the life and death fighting with laziness. The Chanyuan celestial equipped with laziness are not allowed to enter into home without marriage and family. The Chanyuan celestial equipped with laziness and remaining impenitent are not allowed to live in home without marriage and family. Anyone who pities, tolerates, and sympathizes with laziness means committing a crime to home without marriage and family. The lazy guys will be disdained by the others in home without marriage and family. No one is going to associate with lazy persons. One radish, one hole. Do not leave any opportunities for the lazy persons to utilize. Home without marriage and family will regularly organize some community studies to analyze the lazy thoughts, lazy habits, lazy style, and lazy psychology. Once there is any incipient tendency, we will get rid of it from our thoughts. We will praise, eulogize diligence, and award the highest honor to the diligent people. Home without marriage and family belongs to all Chanyuan celestials, and every Chanyuan celestial is the owner of home without marriage and family. If someone regards home without marriage and family as hotel or private company and regards himself as migrant job-hunting boy or public servant, he makes a mistake on cognition. If home without marriage and family is regarded as the manner of Shui Feng or the dean, it is an even bigger mistake. Only when each Chanyuan celestial regards oneself as the master of the home and perform the duty and obligation of the master, home without marriage and family can flourish and grow. All our ideals can realize in home without marriage and family. Adam and Eve are forced to leave the Eden because they do not know how to treasure. The ideal communities in history disappeared under the erosion of laziness because the people do not fulfill their master's duties and responsibilities. Whether home without marriage and family can move on continually to the ideal shore depends on the efforts of each Chanyuan celestial. Whether we can survive or die depends on whether we can defeat laziness. 千年界生活拷贝内容 The contents of copies of life in the Thousand-Year World. Xiefeng, translation edited. June 8, 2010. Home without marriage and family, which is created by Life Chanyuan, is a transfer station from the mortal world to heaven, the Thousand-Year World, and also a transfer base of self-improvement and self-refinement to heaven, the 10,000-Year World, the Elysium Islands continent. The life in home without marriage and family copies the lifestyle of the celestial beings. In the Thousand-Year World in them, live according to the lifestyle of the celestials in the Thousand-Year World. It is the basic guarantee for us to achieve the consciousness and quality of celestial beings in the Thousand-Year World and finally reach the Thousand-Year World. The contents of copies of life in the Thousand-Year World. No marriage, no husband and wife, no family, men and women neither marry, nor are given in marriage. Nobody is capable of possessing any private property. Non-possession ownership is practiced. Individuals' basic needs are to be met by collective. Each does his best. Each takes what he needs. Everybody has his, her tasks and takes corresponding responsibilities. They serve mutually and they owe each other nothing. No leaders but differences in responsibilities in arranging and a director for mediating life and work. Anyone who is able to work must undertake a job, regardless his, her age or gender. No idlers here. Each member participate in the collective learning and recreational activities voluntarily. To keep the environment clean and tidy, everything is orderly, peaceful, and warm. There is no constitution, no law, no regulation, no commandment, and no dharma. There is only holographic order. Be collectively responsible for the support of the elderly and the raise and education of the children. There is no currency or reward. Everything is done in accordance with the natural instinct. Hold a variety of cultural and recreational activities. No temples, Taoist temples, monastery, churches, and idol worship. Neither burn incense nor kowtow or offer sacrifices. No witchcraft, magic, martial arts, Taoist magic, arts, and other superstitious activities. Respect for science, and make the full application of science and technology to serve the people. No financial industry, commerce, accounting, courts, lawyers, soldiers, policemen, and prison. Be cremated after death without leaving the ashes, the graves, or memorial places. Do not produce any form of lethal weapons or competitive tools, appliances, or toys. No tobacco or cigarettes. 2 meals a day. All members take their meals at the canteen. No eating the meat of wild animals, and no eating any animals, including poultry and livestock in the end. Outdoor bathing places, bathrooms, restrooms, and toilets can be used regardless of gender. Be free in love and sex. Be free from interference and control, as long as they are willing to do this, regardless the number of people. There is no conception of father and kinship. The baby will be raised and educated by full-time nursery staffs and institutions after her mother's lactation period. All members change their habitats for one time every 3 years. The global standard of living is basically unified, no luxury, no waste. Everyone will be guaranteed for sharing living resources. Each member enjoys a separate bedroom, which is absolutely free from disturbance, supervision, and control. Follow the way of the greatest creator in an all-round way. The above is just a basic copy of the content of Life in the Thousand-Year World, and there left a lot of content and details which will be adjusted and changed according to Life genuine value that Dharma sets no rules, it is ever-changing. Keep the main but change the others according to the situation. Everything will be carried out for everyone's joy, happiness, freedom, and blessedness, and focus on the care for nature, the cherishment of life, the reverence for the greatest creator, and the sublimation of the quality of life. 全面吸纳新时代意识 Comprehensively absorb new era values. Dayform Buddha, March 20th, 2007. New era value presents us a broad prospect of spiritual and physical world. Staring from Seth, then Oren, The Law of One, Cryon, Wingmakers by Huzi, series articles by Chinku and Buddha, Conversations with God, Disappearance of the Universe, and so on to A Course in Miracles. New era value is an enormous and complicated system. It inherits, protects, and develops almost all wisdoms of sages and saints. The field it spans from science, philosophy, psychology, biology, noology, urinology, parapsychology, pathology, space theory, religion theory, theory of universe creation, and theory of life origin, to the Christ, Lao Tzu, Tao Te Ching, and supreme masters in India, such as Osho, Bhagwan, and Krishnamurti, etc. It was almost all-inclusive and unusual brilliant, laid a good foundation for human beings into a new stage. The human species is changing. The human beings in Life genuine era will not be the same today. It is an inevitability of history and the evolution of human race to eliminate and purify human being who will step from physical state into spirit and soul state. Their survival will not merely depend on material things, rather depend more on energy of spirit and soul. Life genuine consciousness refers to the new era value. What mentioned above are the foundation and organic parts of Life genuine value. Life genuine will link the multitude pearls together by the string of following the path of the greatest creator, and make them into one so as to provide a bright way for the progression and development of human society. Comprehensively absorb new era values is a strategy for Life genuine to carry out the policy of all-in-one. By discarding the dregs and selecting the essence, Life genuine will embrace the new era by presenting a harmonious, peaceful, and joyful picture scroll to humankind, and fundamentally changing the environment of human life. Network as tremendous energy storage of resources was born for the new era. Its significance and value are far beyond the total value of coal, oil, and mineral resources on Earth, even exceed the amount of energy provided the sun. Make full use of the resources and energy provided by Internet is a definite way for new era human beings. Everything should be developed according to the principle of minimum drag. Internet is much more rapid, economical, and convenient than any form of sermon and communication. So, the old pattern for spreading religion, such as writing by hand, will be replaced by the Internet. There will be no future for clinging strongly to tradition, and conservativeness will be destroyed by the trend of the times. The only way out is to accept the new era value in order to step into the new era of life genuine. New era value mainly include the universe consists of three elements: consciousness, energy, and structure. The whole universe is a great consciousness, and the great consciousness refers to the greatest creator. Every life in universe is a part of the consciousnesses of the greatest creator. Material world is the embodiment of consciousness. An individual world of life is a reflection of self-consciousness. As long as the consciousness exists, the soul will exist forever. The carrier of soul will vary with consciousness. Human beings have infinite creative ability and developmental potentials. Lifetime is just a brief trip for life, and the meaning of life lies in its process. Your destiny is created by yourself, so you should be responsible for it and stop complaining others. There is no conflict in pursuing of health, richness, freedom, and the promotion of spiritual nature. Humanity should move with nature rather than being oppressed. The core of improving the spiritual nature should focus on deepening the understanding, changing the thinking, perfecting the consciousness and the non-material structure of life, rather than on pursing the wizardry and extra-sensory perception. Everything is Zen. Everything is apocalypse. The secrets of the universe and life are hidden in the ever-changing natural phenomenon. The nature of the greatest creator is sex, love, and Tao. Following the principle and theory of sex, love, and Tao is to believe in the greatest creator. The greatest creator and other gods do not bring the soul to trial. 36-dimensional space is the model of the universe which has channels, space tunnel. Past, present, and future are closely linked together through the time tunnel, and all of them can be changed. There is no such a thing which is changeless. The principle of change is the change of consciousness. When consciousness changes, everything will change accordingly. Love is able to purify our heart, perfect the non-material structure of our life, and has the quality of angel. So we should learn to love. Not only love ourselves, but also love other people and society, the greatest creator, God and Buddha, nature, and life. The key to happiness is to offer our love, release our love, always feel gratitude, and strive to create. The world we could perceive by sense organs is narrow and small. You should break the shackles, shift into a larger space, open your telegnosis, and see your true nature. New era value admits telepathy, but do not believe it blindly. Everything should be tested by science, truth, logic, and spiritual nature. In most cases, our soul is in a state of sleeping. The real world we believe is actually a fantasyland. Because of the habitual thinking, we are unable to realize that we are in fantasyland. New era value requires us to wake up from the dead sleep and enter into a relatively realistic reality, enjoy much freer, comfortable life, and live without fear. All diseases are reflections of the defective spirit and mind. You must make great efforts in consciousness and pay more attention on life structure in order to cure it thoroughly. Qualitative change requires the accumulation of quantitative change. Qualitative change will surely occur if the quantitative change is accumulated to a critical point. This principle is applicable to self-improvement. When self-improvement is accumulated to a certain degree, his life will be alienated, and he will become a celestial, Buddha, or God. While the core of self-improvement is to accumulate merits, the core of self-refinement is to change thinking, make transition from matter thinking to visualized thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, heart image thinking, Taiji thinking, non-form thinking, and holographic order thinking. In universe, everything is necessity except for one contingency, which is the way how Tao operates. Therefore, please never assume that you are lucky in gaining by fraud, for the result of cheating others and the gods is to cheat yourself. It is the same as by doing harm to others and nature, you will ultimately hurt yourself. The above is a part of the core ideas of New Era value. New Era is coming. It is inevitable. All of those people who don't want to die should come closer to New Era value. All those people who are dreaming of free life in heaven should get their outdated value replaced by the New Era value. The world is developing rapidly. It is time to embark the spaceship, no more the slow carriage. Let's meet in the life genuine era. 天国里没有压迫和剥削. No oppressing and exploitation in heaven. Xiefeng, December 12, 2009. I had kept 3 dogs before, 2 German Shepherd and an ordinary puppy. Every day they have plenty of food. Also, there are spacious places in the front and backyards for their running and playing. I thought the three dogs should love each other and get along with each other harmoniously. But this is not the case. They often fight for food or for favors. I was very angry at this and said, "You deserve being dogs by birth. You can never become human beings." From the perspective of the thousand-year world of heaven, I could see no reason for people struggling, fighting, and competing. No reason for oppression or exploitation because the natural resources is abundant enough for supporting all human beings on earth. How the greatest creator wished people could love each other and live in harmony all the time. But it is only an ideal. They have kept in competing and struggling for better life, intriguing or cheating for a little bit of natural resources. They have been creating hurts and hatred for empty reputation and social status. I'm very angry at this and think that you deserve being human beings by birth. You can never be celestials. There is no oppression or exploitation in heaven, no fight or competition. No unpleasant or unhappy events might occur among the celestials. They love each other, living a harmonious and happy life without limitation. If a dog wants to become a man, it must act according to the way of thinking of human beings. If a person wants to become a celestial, she must act according to the consciousness of a celestial. A dog will remain a dog, and a person will remain a person forever if they don't change the way of thinking. Anyone who wants to go to the heaven through self-improvement or self-refinement must not compete, struggle, and exploit others. You should not make others feel unhappy in any excuse or any approach. You should not restrict the freedom of others in any name or impose your own ideas and opinions to others. You should not bring any spiritual, mindful, or physical harm on others. Home Without Marriage and Family of Life Genuine is set up based on the lifestyle in the thousand-year world, so the celestials here should not hurt each other. We should not get on with other people in the way of thinking of human beings of the mortal world. We should not oppress or exploit mutually. Instead, we should live the life in the thousand-year world and love with each other like the celestials there. Only in this way is it possible for us to have the qualification for getting the thousand-year world. In Home Without Marriage and Family, if a celestial hurt the other celestials and make them unhappy, I would tell you that you not only hurt the other celestials, but also hurt me, Xuefeng the guide. You hurt me heart and my feeling, you hurt Jesus the Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni, and you also hurt the favor of the greatest creator. You are only qualified to be a human being, rather than being a celestial in heaven. 天下第一家园, the number one home in the world. Xiefeng, July 24th, 2008. Where there is happiness and auspiciousness, there is the greatest creator. Where there is joy and delight, there is caring of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni. Freedom and happiness are wishes of sages and wise men saints in all ages. Quarreling and fighting belong to devils. The place struggling for fame and power to raise self-pride is the gathering place of demons and monsters. The place filled with suffering, constraints, and misery is the bustling place of ignorant persons and laity. Life Genuine is the number one home in the world, which possesses the following 18 features.